Hello, hello. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Oh my god, I'm late. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I've given this excuse before, but Honkai Star Rail. Honkai Star Rail. Hello, is that Zon? That is Zon. Hi Zon, good evening. Oh my god. I don't mean to keep playing Star Rail right up until... Yeah! Thanks! It's, Oh my god. I'm blanking on the name. Spooky Sony? I believe it's the same person who, did the chat widget that we've been using. They were, on Twitter last night. They were like, hey! So I made these sort of, like, cat picnic Sakura... like, starting Be Right Back and ending screens back in 2021, and then never did anything with them, so now they're up for free. I'm like, for free?! I'm getting more consistent with my branding now that I know what I really like, what I want. So I was like, I'm taking this. This works perfectly. Free? For free! I very much appreciate the people that do stream assets for a nominal price, because, bespoke stuff, totally understandable, totally know why it costs an arm and a leg. Because making this stuff's a lot of work, and people gotta eat. But unfortunately, if I paid artists what they deserved, I would not be eating either. So it's nice that there's people who do this as, I don't know, like, I don't know the way to phrase it. I don't want to say out of the goodness of their heart or something, because there's nothing wrong with charging what you feel your work is worth. It's just handy for people like me who don't really have a lot of money to splash around and want stuff that looks somewhat consistent and nice. How does one do branding when no money? We broke a row. But yeah, oh my god, I was playing Star Rail literally, I'm not joking, until like 5 minutes before I started upstream. Oh hey! Hello! Do-do-do! Thank you for the follow! Much appreciated. I swear to god, I was playing Star Rail since 10 this morning because I'm off today and I just finished. I didn't mean to spend the whole day playing Star Rail. It was one of those things that's like, oh shit, it's been 4 hours. I'm sure this is gonna finish up soon. Then it's like, it's 6 hours. 7 hours. By that point, I'm just emotionally invested. I'm like, we just have to follow this through to the end. Like, I can't stop now. Yippee! Yippee! Yeah, oh my god. I also pulled for Akron stretch. Oh my goodness, we just started. Yeah. Ow. You know what? Maybe it's a good idea to stretch. I have been sitting in front of the computer all day. Oof. Yeah, so what? Gotcha stuff because, you know, lots going on. If y'all watching play Great Blue and you haven't really been logging in much during the anniversary stuff, it's 100 free. It's 100 free pulls today. So you're basically getting 10 free 10 pulls. So go. Go, 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 go. And then after that, it's Super Muku Frenzy, which is you get more rolls until either you get 5 SSRs or you get 70 pulls. So yeah, a lot of people wait until this banner to do what they call a discounted spark. Because sparking is when you put in 300 pulls on a banner, and then the game just allows you to pick whatever rate-up character you want. So it's not like, you know, it's like, oh yeah, like, you know, if you lose 50-50, you're guaranteed to get this character. They're just like, nah. You put 300 pulls in this, or like 30-10 pulls. We'll just give it to you. Just pick who you want. So with the 100 rolls, a lot of people will like with the 100 rolls and then the Super Muku Frenzy, depending how it goes, like, you know, that's like 150 out of the 300 you need. So a lot of people will just save all of their resources until this time of year and then just go ham. Because usually there's a lot of good characters on the last banner of the anniversary stuff. I finally got the new sandal font. I was tweeting about it last night, and then I was going through it with the Yuda because I was like, okay, I have stream money. I will spend it. And then I found out that, like, had a surprise bill. I'm like, fuck, I did actually have the money. So the 100 rolls was nice. It was like, oh, good. In time before relink, yes! It'll be good for Unite and Fight as well, which is... It's not next week, is it? I think it's the week after. Or is it one of those things where it's starting on a weird day again? Sometimes, like, it starts on a Thursday instead of, like, you know, a Monday, and it just throws me off. Should check that before, while I'm thinking of it. April 7th. Oh my god, okay. Yeah, it is next week. It's starting on Thursday DST, I believe. No, 6 a.m. local time it starts. Okay. It starts the evening of the 7th. Oh my god, that's gonna be a weird schedule to make for the week. Okay. So we get games half of the week, and then we just suffering the rest. I see. This is gonna be a this is gonna be rare weekend evening streams for DD. Because the event takes a break at local time, like 10 a.m. to like 5 p.m. I guess I'll figure it out. I'll figure out what I want to do. But other exciting stuff. I haven't got any new batteries for my controller. I do have a new charging cable though, so hopefully it'll behave itself a little better. It turned out my work phone uses the same USB charging as, you know, Xbox, so I was like, cool. Need a new cable for both, so it's like, work. Can I have a new phone charger? And now I'm just secretly using it for the Xbox controller as well. Thank you, random politicians who argued for, what's the word I'm looking for? Uniformity? In, like, you know, charging for the most part. because it's like, I was using my own cable before, and even then, I was using my own cable for my... I think it is Type-C, yes. But yeah, I had been using this same cable for years, so I'm not surprised it finally gave up the ghost, and I'm like, you know what? Rather than, like, you know, spending like $14 to buy a charging cable just to say, like, you know, it's not my work one. I'm like, I might as well just use it for whatever else I need along the way. Because it's not like I'm using this Xbox controller all the time or something like that. So it's like, it's gonna be with me anyway to charge the work phone, so... It's better for the environment if, like, you know, we're not using, like, 25 cables. Anyway. Excuse me. Stiff, stiff, stiff. Am I, excuse me. I was gonna say my allergies are doing better, and then I cough. Well, I mean... It's pollen season. I'm technically not going to be quote-unquote better until, I get a brief reprieve around, like, June. Because one of the few things that doesn't actually aggravate my allergies is grass. So that window where, like, all the spring flowers and trees have finished blossoming, and before, like, you know, hay fever starts in the fall, that's my safe window. Oh, whoops. Nope, that's Stream Deck. The icon was right beside the Phoenix Wright icon. Alright, over to other window. Let's see, everything's good there, good there, good there. Do you have to update stuff since we're doing capture through... Lurkbait Twitch fishing? No, I have no idea what that is. I fear I may be older than I realized. I have no idea what the kids are up to these days. It's a stream game, but it's a Twitch interaction mini-game. Basically, chat can play Animal Crossing style fish! Oh, interesting. I think I saw something about, like, something along those lines, but I didn't know its name or anything. Interesting. Copy that so I can research. There. And oh my god, speaking of new games, I saw that, I saw that, Chilla's Art made their own version of, like, you know, the subway station one? Like, you know, where it's like, oh, like, yeah, like, turn around if there's an anomaly, except you're on a Shinkansen. Well, that could be interesting. Bit of a double-edged sword, yeah. Sometimes things are great ideas, but they don't always work well for everyone. Alright, let's see here. Got that, got that, got that. Perfect. Alright. So for the uninitiated, we're playing the end of the very first Phoenix Wright game. It's basically the last little bit of the trial. We weren't able to finish it all in one go last time. So the plan for today is finish that up, and if there's a decent and if there's enough time, we'll start the second one, because I mean the first case in every game is the tutorial case, and that one's always very short, so. Because, you know, it's the trilogy. We don't have to go and download another game. We could just continue straight on. Alright, final day. Time to get the bad guy, who is... I think we know it's the chief of police now? Or we might still just be suspecting him, I'm not sure. This is the defendant's lobby, alright? But there's no defendant. I've been trying to reach Lana all morning. Where could she be? And where's Emma, for that matter? It almost seems as if something's been happening behind the scenes. Edgeworth! Hi! Good morning. Knowing you, you've already figured it out. Who the owner of 77777 ID number is. Well, I have a pretty strong hunch. Yeah, Chief of Police. Looks like I'm not the only one who's figured it out. You know, the only reason this trial did reach a verdict yesterday is because there was still room for doubt regarding this ID record. If that number does belong to whom you suspect, then no doubt will remain. After all, he hasn't been officially charged with anything. True. Not yet. In any event, once all doubt has been removed from that list, I can call for a ruling. 5 minutes, right, and Chief Prosecutor Skye will be found guilty. But she didn't do it! I figured you'd say as much. That's why I came here, to hear what you have to say. We doing plea bargaining outside of courtroom now? In the lobby? Without the defendant present? This is sus. Lana's hiding something, and the only way we'll ever know the truth is to draw it out of her. The truth? Everything goes back to slime incident. Don't be stupid. Today's the last day of the trial. On the off chance if anyone's forgotten or they don't know because they only touched upon this way at the beginning of the game, because the court system is so clogged with cases, some genius's idea to speed things along is to make it so trials can only last 3 consecutive days. They don't say exactly what happens, but I'm assuming if, like, you know, at the end of day 3, if you haven't convincingly, gotten the judge to believe that your client is innocent, they're just straight up guilty, and that's it. Doesn't matter if you still had more case to argue. That depends on you. If she's found guilty, you'll lose your only chance to find out what really happened. I'll think about it. See you in court, right? See you, boyfriend. Well, I guess ex-boyfriend. This is it. If I'm ever going to find out what Chief Gant hands on her, it's now. Dun dun dun. February 25th, 10 a.m. Wow, I haven't seen the courtroom this empty in a long time. Court is is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Sky. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is ready. Normally, this is when the prosecution puts forth its opening statement. But before that, the police chief has a proposal to make. Oh! Right. This can't possibly go bad. Oops. Sorry, knocking dishes around. The stew just staring into space. Morning, folks! How's everyone doing? Hey, Udgy, been back to the pool yet? No, I've been drowning enough as it is in my work. Oh, that's a good one. Don't think I can top that. If you don't mind me asking, Chief, exactly what is this proposal of yours? Lana, that is to say the defendant, has asked me if she could speak directly to the court. Uh-oh. She's about to tell the biggest fibs. Having heard what she intends to say, I feel she should be granted her request. In the end, it should save everyone a lot of time and trouble. Great. What's this all about, defendant? I'd just like to make one simple request, and I'll be finished. Well then, what's your request? Your Honor, I'd like you to put an immediate end to this trial. Huh? I confess to all charges against me. On February 21st of this year, I murdered Detective Bruce Goodman in the underground parking lot of the prosecutor's office. No, Lana! Yeah, he twisted her arm or something. You can't! Your Honor, the defendant's claim does not change the defense's plea. In that case, Mr. Wright, I no longer require your services. Your Honor, I hereby forfeit my right to an attorney. The prosecution may lack direct evidence against me, but it has sufficiently proven its case through testimony and circumstantial evidence. I would like you to render your verdict now, if you please. This is weird. Well, the defendant certainly has the right to self-representation. Her request is legally valid, although this is an unprecedented situation. Indeed, it appears there is no further need to continue this trial. What? Even if Mr. Wright may feel otherwise. Oh, come on. This can't be happening. Oh no, back to court. It's back to court. Hi, Ranger. It appears the time for the verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant... Edgeworth! One moment, Your Honor. Mr. Edgeworth? The prosecution has not yet proven the defendant guilty beyond reasonable doubt. We don't accept guilty pleas. Any ruling at this stage would be premature. Come now, Worthy. I understand this is a difficult time for you, but why don't you just be a good little boy and keep your mouth shut? Too bad, he's not a little boy anymore, he's 25. I don't think I care for your tone, Chief Gant. Creating another fabrication to cover up your past mistakes? Sorry, but I'm no longer the naive little boy you would have me be. Sheesh. With this sudden confession from the defendant, it's obvious to me some kind of deal was struck behind the scenes. Yeah, Edgeworth, using that brain. The one that got you through law school at like 20. Some kind of deal, huh? Not everyone operates as you do, Worthy. I thought so. Your Honor, the prosecution would like to change its first witness. Oh? To whom? As its first witness, the prosecution would like to call Miss Emma Skye. I request the court hears her testimony. Mr. Edgeworth, I am exercising my right to self-representation. I don't think we need to continue. I don't care what you think. The exposure of truth sometimes results in tragedy. However, no matter how tragic the truth may be, it would be an even greater tragedy to avert one's eyes from it. Sheesh, Edgeworth. He's just done with everyone's shit. Worthy, you'll live to regret this. Mark my words. Woohoo! Decide to take the horse by the reins. How else do you take the horse? Now then, witness, please state your name and occupation. My name is Emma. Emma Skye. Y'all should know this. I've been here for, like, the past 3 days. My occupation, I'm, Lana's little sister, and I want to be a scientific investigator. The correct answer is I'm a student. 2 years ago, you encountered the serial killer Joe Dark of the Joe Dark killings. Is this correct? Yes. Now, I'm trying my hardest to forget about that, though. Well, too bad. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to recall those events one more time. Mr. Edgeworth, please remember this trial concerns the murder of Detective Goodman. Is an incident that was resolved 2 years ago really all that relevant? Yes, it most certainly is. Well, okay then. Why am I even here? Y'all can just run this court yourself. I'm gonna go for lunch. Now, please testify about what happened to you. The trip to yesteryear has finally begun. Dun dun dun! The truth! We can't handle the truth! But we must confront it! 2 years ago, I was waiting in my sister's office that day. A man came running in and took me hostage. Neil Marshall rescued me, but I'll never forget what I saw in that instant. The man raised up his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest. It's a good thing you weren't harmed. I passed out. I don't remember much. Well, that's convenient. That's understandable. However, please tell me, Mr. Edgeworth, what does this testimony have to do with Detective Goodman's murder? That will soon become apparent, Your Honor. You've got to admire him for his courage. Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination. Wait, why am I still here? Lana fired me. Lana should be the one conducting the cross-examination right now. Isn't that how self-representation works? Press. Right button. Whoops. That was the left bumper. Yes, she was second in command under then Deputy Chief of Police Gant. My sister, she was the best detective ever. Yes, I remember. Deputy Chief Gant and Miss Guy used to be quite the pair. I believe they shared the same office. That's right. I'd always sit at my sister's desk and dream about playing that organ. I wanted to play it that day, too. The police department and the prosecutor's office held a ceremony that day. Lana promised to take me to dinner after she finished her work. Man came running in. Joe Dark? A man? Yes, Joe Dark. He was a serial killer. Which we found out it started because, you know, he hit someone with his car and then he started murdering all the witnesses to the accident. Joe Dark was brought in for questioning on the day of that ceremony. We were desperate to get anything on him. When he saw his chance, he fled the room, right? Somehow. No one stopped him. Upon fleeing the room, Dark proceeded to take the elevator. How? I can't even get an elevator to come in under a minute on a good day, let alone when I've got people hot on my ass. He must have been in a panic because the elevator was going up. Then he ran into Sky and Gant's office. Should have just taken the stairs. There was a lot of noise coming from outside, so I opened up the door to have a look. That's when I saw him. That was a dumb move. Should have hid under the desk. What was the prosecutor doing there? That day, there were two people present during Dark's questioning, Deputy Chief Damon Gant and Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Almost forgot about Gant. Neil Marshall had just received the King of Prosecutors Award. Young and dedicated, he went straight to the questioning room after the ceremony. Imagine being hauled in for questioning by the police, and they're like, yeah, we're just gonna need you to sit here for a little bit. We're doing a photo op in the other room, thanks. I assume that would also be why he was the first to run after Dark. When Dark grabbed me, I thought I was as good as dead. That's fair. And that's when Prosecutor Marshall came running in. I don't clearly remember what happened then, but never forget what you saw. Can you tell us about that? Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark. Just then, the lights went out. The lights? It was about this time of year. There was a terrible storm going on and lightning struck nearby. So the electricity went out? Wait a minute. If it was pitch dark in that room, you shouldn't have been able to see anything, right? Right, but just then lightning flashed again outside. That sudden flash left an unforgettable image of the scene in my mind. I see. I told the detective about what I saw then. The detective? Yes, Detective Goodman. He was in charge of the case. How convenient no one mentioned that. Hear more. So you spoke with Detective Goodman about this 2 years ago. That's what's so scary about this trial. And you told Detective Goodman about what you saw? Yeah, but at the time the words just wouldn't come out. That's why I drew a picture. A picture? Yeah, she mentioned that before. We've never seen this picture, though. Well, Mr. Wright, have you heard enough? Ask about the picture. This picture the witness drew, I believe it has a very important meaning. But the list of evidence I was given 2 years ago didn't contain a picture. Witness, would you mind if we added this testimony? Yep, yes, Your Honor. Oh, whoops. I accidentally touched my mouse and it decided to do its own thing. When lightning instructed, the lights went out, blah 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 blah. I was trying to present, trying to check the evidence. A picture is drawn on the back of the evidence list in magic marker. How did it not bleed through the other side? I've got a very bad feeling about this. Cool. Alright. Just had to make sure, you know, we actually did find that. Objection! Mr. Edgeworth? This little girl put all her heart into drawing that picture. And yet she would insist on denying its existence? Huh? Hey, I'm not the bad guy. All I'm saying is that as the prosecutor for the case, I wasn't handed such a picture. No one thinks to check the back of sheets of paper, apparently. That may well be. But that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Behold! This is the evidence list. Please turn it over. You seem to have a little bit of difficulty there. What's this? Yeah, what is that? Hey, that's it! That's the picture I drew! Indeed, 2 men appear to be wrestling here. What's the meaning of this? What are you doing with that list? Me? Only the prosecutor in charge should have access to that. Huh? These lists, they're different from each other. What? It would appear, Mr. Edgeworth, that the evidence list you were handed 2 years ago was incomplete. These 2 lists fit together to form one. See the marks here where they were torn apart from each other? So you see, Mr. Edgeworth, it's quite obvious what happened. This is why you should always number your pages. 2 years ago, only half of the evidence in that case ever reached you. What? Ah! Order, 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 order. Fries, curly fries, sweet potato fries, milkshake. But, Miss Sky, why did you draw your picture on the back of such an important list? Because that's what Detective Goodman handed me in the questioning room, Your Honor. Well, I guess that makes sense. They're probably not carrying around scraps of paper, but really, the evidence list? Wait a minute. If this list was torn in half, then that means... Your Honor! Are you alright, Mr. Wright? Your eyes are bulging from your head. If the evidence list was torn in half, then there might be more of the drawing on the back of Mr. Edgeworth's list. Oh, that's quite conceivable, Mr. Edgeworth. It's possible. Let's see. Is something wrong? Do you even have to ask? Sorry, Your Honor. There is indeed something drawn on the back of my list. It's that thing! It's the blue badger, guys! The blue badger's been the murderer this whole time! Freddy Fazbear's was actually inspired by Phoenix Wright, don't you know? That's that thing! That thing that was dancing in the evidence room! And singing about bashing people on the head! Clearly this is an act of vandalism in the work of a certain chief of detectives. I guess he was out of scrap paper. He had you fooled, right? Ooh. Very well. Witness, will you please testify about this picture? Huh? Oh, yeah, sure, no problem, no problemo. What's wrong with Emma? You mean besides the fact she's suddenly been thrust into all kinds of shit? She seemed to be thinking about something when she was looking at the picture. Emma's picture. This is the picture I drew 2 years ago. The flash of lightning was so bright, all I could see were shadows. After that, I must have fainted. This picture shows exactly what I saw in that instance. To think a flash of lightning could burn such an image in your mind. Thanks to that, though, she was able to show us exactly what she saw. Well, I don't see any contradictions here. This clearly shows Joe Dark about to murder prosecutor Neil Marshall. You don't know that. We can't see their faces. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. Picture you drew. Did you draw this picture right after the incident? I think I drew it 2 or 3 days later. At first, I was in such a state of shock that I couldn't do anything. During that time, the investigation team was reorganized. Detective Goodman was placed in charge, under the direction of Dalmongant and Lana Sky. 2 or 3 days later, the memory should still have been fresh. Excuse me, witness? But can you please tell us why this picture is painted all black? Flash of lightning was so bright, could only see shadows. So, at the time, you didn't even know it was Mr. Marshall who had come to your rescue? No, I couldn't see him clearly. The lightning was so bright, and I was knocked to the floor. You were knocked to the floor? Dark had a tight grip on me, but when Mr. Marshall jumped on him, I was knocked away. I turned around, and that's when the lightning flashed. Oof. Poor Emma. I'm just glad she wasn't hurt. What happened after the lightning flashed? After that, she must have fainted. Okay, I don't think that adds anything. This picture shows exactly what you saw. Sorry for asking so many times, but are you sure you drew exactly what you saw? Of course, this is the exact scene. It wasn't influenced in any way from your talks with the detectives. Are you insinuating we somehow manipulated her memory, Mr. Wright? No, of course not. I'd better watch out or he might find some way to cut my salary. But you're self-employed! I drew this picture before I heard anything from the detectives, so I don't think anyone's story would have influenced me. Mr. Wright, is there something that's bothering you about this picture? Huh? Oh. Well, that's strange. She claims it's exactly the scene that was imprinted in her mind, and yet there's clearly a contradiction here. Okay. You saw. Because she's just assuming. Because, you know, Neil was the one who died. But that doesn't mean that's what was happening in that moment. So that's Goodman's. We have so many pages of evidence in this case. Sheesh. Alright, Neil's report. Stabbed in the back. So this it can't be Neil on the ground. Or at least this wasn't the moment of, you know, the killing blow. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but this picture the witness drew contains a blatant contradiction. My bad. Sorry. What? But I still remember it like it was yesterday. Yeah, you remember what you saw. You don't remember their faces. That's the whole problem here. Everyone's making assumptions. Mr. Wright? Perhaps it would be faster if you simply pointed out this contradiction for us. What part of this picture? Oh, is it gonna be the knife? I guess it would have to be. We can't really present the whole back thing. The contradiction, of course, lies here. Sometimes in these games, you figure out the right piece of evidence for the wrong reason. Take a look at the knife that man is holding. If you look closely, you can see the tip's broken. Even I don't have to look closely to see that. But Mr. Wright, look at the evidence. See? The murder weapon, its tip is broken too. If I recall, the tip of the knife was found broken off in the victim's body. It was the conclusive piece of evidence that proved Joe Dark was the murderer. I'm afraid it's not that simple, Emma. And where, pray tell, could you possibly see a problem? It's obvious, really. The victim suffered a single stab wound to the back. If the victim was only stabbed once, then the murder weapon should not yet be broken. Perhaps the knife was broken beforehand. Then why was the knife tip in his body? Sorry, but I'm afraid that's not possible. The tip of the knife was found inside the victim's body. If it was broken beforehand, it couldn't possibly wind up there. He's got a point. The tip of the knife was undeniably discovered within the victim's body. The only possible explanation is the witness's memory is mistaken. That's why I asked her so many times. I believe you were annoyed at that time, but she was sure she remembered correctly. There's no other way to explain this inconsistency, except it wasn't the knife. Not so fast. There is another explanation. Have you forgotten already about a little something called falsified evidence? You're treading on thin ice. All I'm saying is that this broken knife tip might be the piece of evidence that was forged. You can't deny the possibility. No. Whoa! Dun dun dun. Are you saying the investigation really was corrupted, Your Honor? Please allow me to once again go over the events that took place the day of the murder. The police department and the prosecutor's office were holding a ceremony that day. After receiving the keynote prosecutor's award at the ceremony, Neil Marshall questioned Joe Dark along with Dalmont Gaunt. during his questioning, Joe Dark fled the room. Somehow. Prosecutor Marshall chased after him and was killed by Dark. It is my belief that somewhere in this story, there is a lie. I'm not lying. The man really was holding up a broken knife. If that's true, then there's no other way around it. This could not have been the actual murder weapon. There must have been another broken knife. What are the chances of there being two broken knives? Another broken knife beside Joe Dark's. Could there have been one? There is. The Chief of Prosecutors Award. If the witness is this adamant about the accuracy, it can't just be explained away by a simple observational error. In that instant, Emma really did see a broken knife. I assume, then, that you have some information about this other broken knife? If so, please feel free to enlighten us. Take a look. The real murder weapon. Do I present the trophy or the picture? Probably the picture. The answer lies in the past. 2 years in the past. Right here, inside this picture. There's a picture of the wards in right. What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? It's the broken murder weapon. Notice the ward prosecutor Marshall is holding. That's a broken knife. It's a really shoddily made statue, or like, yeah, trophy if he could just like break it off like that. That being the case, the knife the witness saw was in all likelihood from this award. Order? No, thank you. I'm good. I just ate. Neil Marshall was awarded King of Prosecutors that day. As an award, he was given this broken shield and knife. Okay, like this makes sense, but also, he literally brought his trophy to the interrogation? And took it with him when he chased after the dude? Being a prosecutor, he didn't have a gun. Was the only weapon he had, except, you know, there were suits of armor and shit. But that can't be. Oh? And why not? Because if the King of Prosecutor Award knife was the murder weapon, then the murderer and the victim would be reversed. What do you mean? I mean, the man raising a knife would have been Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Oh. Oh! But the prosecutor was the one who actually died. That's true. What's going on here? It seems Mr. Wright has been a bit too eager to jump to conclusions. Wait! I remember now! I remember everything! Witness? Mr. Edgeworth! What is it? Could you show me your evidence list again, please? His list? The one with that picture scribbled on the back? I knew it. This picture. I'm the one who drew it. What? You drew that? That's right. The list wasn't torn in half at the time I drew this picture. What the fuck is this supposed to be? All this time I've been trying so hard to forget. I must have locked this part away deep inside me. Animatronics killing people couldn't do that to you, I understand. Perhaps it would be best if we added this to the testimony. Would you please tell us what you recalled? First, the knife mix-up, and now, the blue badger? This should be interesting. When I saw that man raise his knife, I panicked and rushed towards both of them. I think I knocked away the man with the knife. Just then, there was another flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the blue badger. He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow. This is getting a little supernatural. This is, certainly most unusual. Try impossible. The chief detective hadn't even designed them until this year. Oh, you know, have you ever heard of plagiarism? That would mean he didn't even exist 2 years ago. Yes, well, the defense may now begin his cross-examination. Stop, please! Don't pursue this any further! Lana? What's the meaning of this? Please remain seated in the defendant's chair. But you can't do this. I've already confessed to the crime. Why can't you just leave it at that? Chief Prosecutor Sky. We've already come this far. It's too late to turn back. The defense will now begin his cross-examination. Uh-oh. Anyone else get the feeling that Emma's actually the murderer? By accident? Oh my god. I see it. Okay. I get it. I get it. His shadow? So you mean you did actually see his face with its winning smile and all? That's right. But I still remember he had 3 creepy horns. This is pointless. That thing couldn't have possibly existed 2 years ago. The witness must be mistaken. That may well be. But what's important is what caused her to think she saw what she did. Oh? And you have an explanation? Yeah, well, we sort of have it. I just might know. Yet she asserted she saw its shadow. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the defense's belief that on that fateful day 2 years ago, there was indeed something that looked similar to the Blue Badger. Something that is now sitting in this very room. Mr. Wright! In this room? He's in this room? Shit, we forgot to shut the doors. What is it the witness saw? Oh, God. The mysterious blue badger was, in fact, this! Yeah, if you look at it upside down... What exactly is this? I believe it's some sort of jar. But Mr. Wright, that doesn't look anything like the blue badger. Indeed it doesn't. As it stands now, it's just a plain jar. However, what if we were to change our viewpoint? The correct angle! Oh, we gotta do this with the clown music. Oh, fuck my life. Why is it hollow inside? There's a hole at the bottom. You ain't putting flowers or shit in here. God. Oh my god! This is fucking terrifying. No! Come on! Jesus Christ. Oh, this is gonna suck. Alright. Let's get it upside down first. Okay, let's get it back to its original position. God! I have to take my headphones off. This music is driving me crazy. Alright, party hat. God damn it! I love the blue badger. Not. Okay, so it looks like that now. And we gotta get the third. Oh, come on! I am going to destroy this thing. I'm gonna mute the game so we don't go crazy listening to this thing. Because I think that music is enough to drive anyone insane as we're fighting with this thing. Oh my god. This is so painful. Like, seriously, why? 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 Like, we have the right idea, but the game is being so finicky. At least they don't take, like, frickin' health points. Okay. So we've been doing it like this. That's wrong. We need, like, the perfect angle. The greatest challenge. Fucking rotating this jar. Nope. Oh my god. The one time a skip option would be nice. Okay, so that's too far. Okay. We're gonna do something crazy. We're gonna start counting nudges. Because the jar doesn't go back to where we had it, so we're just gonna keep repeating the same mistake, so. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Let's try 12. Nope, okay. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Ah! In full disclosure, I do have a photo up of what it's supposed to look like. It's just that finicky. Okay, come on. So that's too far. 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't know, guys. I think it looks plenty like the Blue Badger at this point. I don't know what y'all want from me. Maybe match square counts? That might be what I have to do. If I can find something with like the full screen. Because of course most photos are cropped. I might have to find a video for that. Let's see. Alright, I think we're cooking the right idea, but yeah, just getting it exactly right. I think if it's even just slightly off, yeah. Things I don't remember being this murderous when I was a child, but probably drove me absolutely insane. One, two, three, four, five, 7. Where's the centering button for this thing? Like, seriously. Okay, I think that's straight on. Oh my god! Yeah, I literally found a video and I counted the squares up to make sure the two horns on the side were matching. Like, they had the exact same height. Because that makes all the frickin' difference. Oh, thank you for the suggestion. Boss defeated. God, you're not kidding. This is part of the reason why the fandom hates the Blue Badger for this puzzle. Yeah, the Blue Badger was, So to show how difficult this puzzle is, for reference, the video I found is 17 seconds long. And it's 4 years old, but it has 116,000 views. because we all frickin' lose our mind over this jar. Though we all enjoyed Mr. Wright's dramatic performance, and we all lost a few brain cells. What's your point? What do you mean? So that blue badger thing was actually just a jar. That doesn't change anything. I'm afraid that's where you're wrong. You see, this changes everything. Indeed. Very well then. Please tell us. What's different now? The murder weapon? Allow me to take a turn. At the moment of the murder, the witness saw this jar. At a very specific angle, I might add. Edgeworth is as done as we are. Yes, well, knowing this, where could she have seen this jar? Where? The location of the jar is shown in a picture taken on the day of the crime. It's on a shelf in the office of Dalmongant. But the body was found lying near Lana's desk. The witness testified so herself. Yes. And it is these two facts that reveal what actually transpired. You see, the struggle between Dark and Marshall did not take place in Lana Sky's office. It happened on the other side of the room, in Chief Gant's office. Are you implying the murderer moved the victim's body? From Dalmongant's office to Lana Sky's? Yes. Why would he do that? There's no reason. Exactly. If there wasn't a reason, he wouldn't have gone through the trouble. The only logical conclusion is that there is a reason. Do you know what that reason is? I finally figured it out. So this is why Lana tried to stop the trial. It's too late to quit now, though. Please recall the witness's testimony. She said she knocked away the man who was holding up the knife. And the next instant, the jar was hit and flew through the air. Now tell me, what could have sent the jar flying? That would have to have been the impact the man made when he was knocked into the wall? Ladies and gentlemen, if I may draw your attention to this picture once more. The man was knocked in the direction of the shelf the jar was sitting on. What would he have hit? Yeah. Why does the suit of armor have a legitimate spear? The suit of armor holding a very sharp and dangerous looking sword. Yup. And since the man who was knocked into the armor was carrying a broken knife, he would have had to have been Neil Marshall, wielding the King of Prosecutors trophy. No. Right, you can't be thinking. Yeah, there is another possibility of what actually transpired in that room. Another possibility? Of course, the perpetrator would have had no idea. But nevertheless, I don't know if I can go through with this. Mr. Wright? What's the matter? If evidence took place as the defense theorizes, then the outcome is obvious. In that moment, assuming the man Sky knocked away actually was Prosecutor Neil Marshall, now that's just unlucky. You mean Mr. Marshall died? Because of me? No! Yeah, that's fair. I never imagined her testimony would lead to this. So it was the witness who took the victim's life, and then proved so with her own testimony. This is unprecedented. What are you saying? I'm sorry, Miss Sky, but given the circumstances, Joe Dark murdered Prosecutor Marshall. How can you think it was Emma? How dare you try to pin the crime on her? Imagine that coming from you. If you recall, it was you who admitted to forging evidence 2 years ago. The reason you moved Prosecutor Marshall's body was to keep anyone else from finding out about what Emma did, wasn't it? I assure you, Mr. Edgeworth, I have no idea what you're talking about. If you hope to have anyone believe your insane allegations, I'm afraid you're going to have proof. Tell me, do you have any conclusive evidence that proves my sister killed Neil Marshall? Evidence? I'm willing to bet you don't. Yes, it certainly would be difficult to prove this with evidence. If we don't have evidence, then we'll have to rely on testimony. I'm afraid that won't work in this case. Both parties involved in the incident are dead. We certainly can't get dead people to testify. Hello! Did we forget about Maya already? Maya goes away for 2 months and we forget all about her. Can't make the dead testify. What the fuck was the second case then? With Mia? The whole fourth case happened because, Maya's mother channeled the victim and the victim gave the wrong name. Like, touché, of course. That only leaves us with one possibility. You mean there's still another possibility? What do you mean? I mean the possibility that the victim has left us a message. For better or for worse, Mr. Marshall did not die instantly. He may have left behind the name of the person who took his life. In one manner or another. Literally no one thinks to do that. Like, what did the Danganronpa? That's impossible. Well, Mr. Wright, this is the only possibility left to you. A message from the deceased. Does such a message exist? Yeah. It does. Is in the evidence. The message from the deceased is already in our possession. Mr. Wright! Will you stop at nothing to prove my sister a murderer? I mean, it's more involuntary manslaughter. Do not be mistaken, Miss Sky. Our purpose is not to accuse Emma of any crime. There is only one thing we seek. The truth. No matter how painful it may be. Now then, Mr. Wright, please show us. Yep, it is the jar. And that's why Emma's fingerprints were on that piece of cloth. It was cut out of Marshall's vest. This message left by this deceased. This is that blue badger from before, right? Oh, is he going to just speak the killer's name? If that thing could, I'm sure it would. Like, it looks like everyone's forgetting this is just a jar. A message was left here, on the surface of the jar. What do you mean? If you look closely, you can see a faint trail of blood on this jar. It looks like someone wiped the blood away. Yes, but notice. For some reason, the blood on some of the fragments has not wiped away. Yes, there is a line here, drawn in blood. So what you're saying is these dots were once lines. Prosecutor Marshall did not die instantly. Rest in peace, his soul. He used the few precious moments left to him to leave behind a message. One that someone apparently wiped away. How rude. But blood must have seeped into the jar where the lines changed directions. Precisely. All we need to do is connect these points, and the victim's message will become apparent. No. No! No, 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 no. Bad. Bad, bad, bad. Bad, bad, bad. So sorry, Lana. We just doing our job. Mr. Wright. What kind of message did the victim leave for us? Your Honor, I believe these bloodstains will reveal to us the answer. Alright. This can't possibly be as hard as the frickin' badger. There's only one thing the victim could have written given the circumstances. Its murderer's name. Oh yeah, no, this is much easier. How convenient that he knew her name was spelt with just one M. I guess we should probably... Nope. Okay. It's a defense attorney's duty to prove their client's innocence. That's why all I've been thinking about is saving Lana. After all my efforts, I never thought it would turn out like this. Emma. So this is the final message Prosecutor Marshall left behind. Of all people, she may not have meant it, but in the end, the one who took the victim's life was Emma Skye. See? Worthy? Can't say I didn't warn you. Hi, bitch. This is all your fault, Chief Gant. So you understand the implication of what you've done? What are you talking about? 2 years ago, Joe Dark was sentenced to death. He was convicted because of his final murder. I believe you were the prosecutor in this case, were you not? Yes, Worthy. Because of you, an innocent man was sentenced to death. Well, I mean, wasn't exactly an innocent man. Not only that, but he used forged evidence to ensure his conviction. But Joe Dark really was a serial murderer. That's undeniable. Yeah, we really in it now, money, and hello. How are ya? I'm afraid that's not important. Didn't you know? We are defenders of justice. Huh? We're merely keepers of the law. Sentencing a man to death is no light matter. Even if there wasn't any cover-up or evidence forgery, ultimately the responsibility falls on the prosecutor in charge. Despite what anyone might say, this fact can't be denied. Well, they may have sentenced an innocent man to death. I mean, it's a terrible tragedy when that happens. But it's not like that's the first time, or the last time, an innocent person will unfortunately be convicted guilty. Because, people make mistakes. The gavel's pounding fell on deaf ears. Unable to settle the court, the judge declared a recess. Where this trial is headed, no one knows. Well, nowhere good, I'd assume. Yay, save! Former trial ladder. Okay, so this should be the last part. Wow, it's all that took 2 hours. In the game, anyway. It's lunchtime. Oof, sorry, Edgeworth. I didn't mean to get you in trouble. Don't worry about it. This is my problem, not yours. Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Hey, it's the comedic relief. Oh, yes I am. I'll come back later. Wait, Detective Gumshoe. What is it? You've got a lot of nerve, pal, making a detective run all around while on duty. I do? And to top it off, you called me here. I've seen happier people at funerals. I take it Lana's having you run errands again. Let me tell you, this is the last time, pal. Here, she asked me to give this to you if there was a break in today's trial. Evidence law? Oh boy. Edgeworth was talking about this the other day. She's telling us to go back to school. You must know the 2 rules of evidence law. Rule 1. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Is that right? Seems so. You could at least study some evidence law. I'm pretty sure you would have had to pass, know that to pass the bar exam. The chief prosecutor also wanted me to give you a message. A message? She said if you're planning to take him on, you're going to need this book. Him? I guess I'll need to give this book a thorough read. Slipped into pocket. It's a tiny book apparently, or Phoenix has big pockets. Doesn't look like that book will do you any good now, though. I don't know about that. All that's left now is the chief prosecutor's sentence. That's where you're wrong. Dun dun dun. Haven't you figured it out yet? Why I'm still sitting in that prosecutor's seat, despite all these allegations being thrown at me? Well, Mr. Edgeworth? The real trial hasn't begun yet. What else is there left to do? Get the chief of police convicted. Credibility's all been ruined, blah 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 blah. Sag. And now you're telling me you want to do more? You've gotta be kidding me, pal. You're missing the point, detective. Lana Dan murdered Detective Goodman. She merely stuck a knife into his dead body. That means the real killer is still out there. And we're going to expose him. No matter what it takes. This case has hurt too many people. It's time to bring it to an end. Here we go. The last sprint. Court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Skye. Mr. Edgeworth? Yeah? Excuse me, the Inquiry Committee is planning to impose harsh penalties for your actions, Rip. I mean, like, fair. But also not fair. Thank you for the news, Your Honor. I already figured that shit out. Yes, well, Rip Edgy, yeah. He had a very prosperous career ahead of him. It's kind of looking a little rough right now. Normally, this is where the prosecution calls for the witness. But, you okay there? You need a cough drop? Do you need a throat lozenge? You doing okay, buddy? This isn't easy to... Sorry. You see, there is some concern that you, may have, coached the witness? Is that where we're going with this? Struck a bargain? You think I may have manipulated the witness? I didn't say that! It's just, you see, everyone has been talking and... Grow a spine. Very well, Your Honor. I have a solution. Solution? That being the case, the prosecution will allow the defense to call forth all further witnesses. What? But there's no precedent for what you're proposing. Undeniably, this is an unusual arrangement, but a very effective one. It would prove that I haven't struck any deals with the witnesses. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you say? God, unbelievable. Edgeworth has found a way to continue the trial. That's my boy. Very well, the defense accepts the prosecution's proposal. Then it's settled. Defense may now call forth the next witness? That feels weird to say. Mr. Wright? You do realize this is your last chance? If you call the wrong witness, this trial is as good as over. Oh, great! Thank you. No pressure. The defense calls. And to bring out the real murderer. Ow! Damongant. The defense calls Damongant to the stand. Damongant? What does he have anything to do with anything? As the defendant's partner 2 years ago, Mr. Gant has first-hand knowledge of the crime. I feel we should hear what he has to say about it. As luck would have it, he should still be in the courthouse. He would also be the least likely to have been manipulated by me in any way. Wouldn't you agree, Your Honor? True. Alright, bailiff, please escort Mr. Gaunt to the stand. Witness, please state your name and occupation. What is this? Some kind of practical joke? I was just on my way to lunch. Your name and occupation, sir. Worthy, are you sure you want to do this? Your name and occupation! Huh. So, you want to play hardball, eh? Please, Mr. Gaunt? Fine. My name is Scumlin Gaunt. I'm the acting chief of police. Acting? You're not the actual permanent chief of police? Now then, Chief Gaunt, the court requests to hear your testimony. Oh, righto! What's with the grim face? First, let's clear up this SL9 incident. Or the slime incident. Oh, you mean that time when Lana's sister murdered that prosecutor? Personally, I think it's been made pretty clear already. There are still some things unaccounted for. Oh? Like what? Like the role you played in all of this? Son, either you're very brave or very foolish. Hey, we went against, white boy Blanco Nino, and he said the exact same thing, and that guy's in jail now, so, I think we got this. You are aware, of course, that a police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal? What, you're gonna pull a gun on me? Sure. Take my testimony, for example. I don't have to give it if I don't want to. Huh? What? Is that true? I'm afraid so. The chief of police has the right to refuse to testify. 'Cause why the fuck not? Of course, such an action carries with it a certain risk. Don't worry, I'm not here to hinder your trial. Yes, you are. Just remember, if this turns out to be a big waste of time, don't say I didn't warn you. Very well. The witness may now begin his testimony. As I recall, Neil and I were questioning him that day. To make a long story short, we slipped up. That power outage did help either. When I went to my office, I found Lana there. Apparently, she had already arranged the crime scene. As you can see, I had nothing to do with the forgery. No, of course not. Of course not. Like, why? Should we believe that? Is that when Dark was arrested? Him? He was lying on the floor unconscious. When Emma sent Neil flying, it seems Dark bumped his head. The poor guy. I see. Everything seems pretty clear-cut. If the police chief has the right to refuse to testify, then I better hit him hard and fast. Go for the kidneys! As I recall, Neil and I were questioning him that day. Okay, this guy's gonna be a tricky bastard, so we're gonna have to do this. To make a long story short, we slipped up. forgot about the stuff in the safe. Okay. Had nothing to do with it. Lies. You had shit in your safe. You really had nothing to do with the forgery. Then how do you explain this? What's that? And, what's this on it? A handprint? Correct. Chief Gant? Your explanation, please. I don't know. You tell me, son. Bitch! Why you like this? Huh? My dear Righto, don't you know the second rule of evidence law? Oh no, not this again. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. Tell me, how is that rag relevant to this trial? It appears the defense was not prepared. Guess it's too early to use this piece of evidence. Please accept my profound apologies, Chief. Would you mind giving the defense another chance? Well, okay, I'll do it just once, but only because you asked, Dudgy. Sorry I didn't nail you. Oh, Maybe it wasn't. I think we had the right idea, since they didn't technically penalize us. But, oh, what was... Part of the jar was in his safe as well, so... And we have already established that one's relevant, so this should be okay. Ah, there we go, music stopped. You claim you had nothing to do with this forgery. But I'm afraid that is a claim you cannot back up. Explain yourself. Several pieces of evidence were found in your office. Take this jar, for example. That's the blue badger you showed us earlier. A piece of this jar was discovered in your safe. Not only that, but the evidence list I presented earlier was actually found inside your desk. It was found where? You see, Chief Gant, these articles of evidence uncovered in your office are both concrete proof that you also played a part in the illegal investigation. Chief Gant, what's the meaning of this? Oh, here's a defense attorney who may even rival Worthy. So you admit to it then? That you were involved in the forgery? Who? Me? Or do you mean you? Me? Why would I have anything to do with that? Well, you were the one who snuck into my office when you found this evidence. Prosecutors aren't the only ones capable of forging evidence, you know. We were with Detective Gumshoe, though! Defense attorneys can do so too. Isn't that right? However, Detective Gumshoe was present during the investigation. Worthy, my boy. Not even detectives are exempt from the law. Rest assured, Dick will receive his due punishment. What? Detective Gumshoe's salary drops any further, he'll end up paying to go to work. I think it might be time to get a new job then. Yes, well, in light of the detective's presence, please give us your testimony regarding these pieces of evidence found in your office and their relation to the forgery. My, kids these days no longer know how to put two and two together. Well, that's a little rude. Hello, justice for Gumshoe, justice for Gumshoe! Gummy did nothing wrong. He's a good boy. Let's see, what was it now? A jar fragment. And a list. For all I know, you could have planted them in my office. I mean, yeah. But if we're gonna start talking in circles like that, like, we could be here all week. Literally anything could be planted by literally anyone, anytime, anywhere. The question is, do we have a motive to do that? Like, what would we gain from framing him? Anyway, you can't prove when these pieces of evidence were discovered. If they were found after Dark was convicted, then they're worthless. There's no reason I'd participate in a forgery. Rearranging the crime scene, would it help me out in any way? I don't know about that. Yes, Your Honor? When investigating the crime scene, you should have been more careful to observe protocol. Okay. You do understand that I am chief of the police, right? That there will be consequences. Oh, indeed, I believe I will press charges. So you won't make the same mistake twice. My apologies, Chief, but would you mind waiting until tomorrow for that? Today as well, you know. Alright, Aji. In return, though, I know, that place, right? Huh? What are these guys, telepathic? No, they've just been friends for way too long. Terrifying. Really, Chief Gant? At the very least, there is one large benefit you've reaped from this. Oh? I wasn't aware. What is this benefit? That would, of course, be the position you have. Chief of Police. Oh! The resolution of the SO9 incident secured your promotion. That in and itself is sufficient motive. All these people who are career-driven, or I guess monetarily motivated, cannot understand. Oh, that's a good one, huh? Do you really think I'm that incompetent? What do you mean? Don't say it like that! That's scary! Even without the case, I was already next in line to become the chief. The resolution of SO9 merely sped up the inevitable a little. Ah. Well, shit. Is that true, Edgeworth? Well, yeah, he was going to be made chief anyway. Oh, fuck off. Be careful when pointing the finger, or you might wind up being the one pointed at. I thought he was gonna say he'd bite it off. So that means there's only one possible motivation for you to commit forgery. If you didn't do it for yourself, then you did it for someone else. Don't be silly, Worthy. You know me better than that. There are only 3 people I look out for. Me, myself, and I. There! It's out in the open now. Aji, would you mind if I change my testimony a little? It's like, whoops, I admitted to being a little psychotic. A little sociopathic. I wouldn't be anyone's accomplice if there wasn't anything in it for me. Nothing in it for you? Sorry, but the only person I care about is yours truly. That girl, Lana's little sister, was it? Is he really just admitting to being a sociopath on the stand? If you think I felt sorry for her, you better think again. You're right. You don't feel sorry for anyone. Be tough on crime and tough on people. That's how I was raised. Oh, great. Perpetuating the cycle of abuse. You seem to be lax enough on yourself, though. Ho, 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 ho. Merry Christmas, you filthy animal. Oh, that's a good one, Worthy. Could there have been something in it for him, given his selfishness? Find out accomplice? True. You might not help out anyone for their sake, but if it would benefit you, you might decide to assist someone. Mr. Wright, it appears you're positively determined to betray the chief. As a nice man, he likes to lend people a hand. Sure, let's go with that. Very well then. Who is this person you believe Chief Gant may have helped? It's gotta be Lana, right? Chief Prosecutor Lana's guy? The defendant? I believe it's quite obvious in light of the circumstances. Emma Skye fell victim to an unfortunate series of events, like the Netflix TV show. Who would want to help her more than her own sister Lana? As for Chief Gant, he would also have a reason to help Lana if she asked him to. The reason, of course, is self-profit. Self-profit? What do you mean? I mean what it says on the tin, self-profit! After the SL9 incident was resolved, Lana Skye was appointed chief prosecutor at the prosecutor's office. God. The person who arranged this job change was you. But how would he profit from all of this? He would be able to use the chief prosecutor as his puppet. Essentially, he would acquire unchecked authority over all investigations. You mean to tell me that despite the chief's formidable appearance, he plays with puppets? Oh. Wait. You mean puppet as in someone forced to do their bidding? Ah! Admit it, Chief! You assisted Lana Skye in forging the evidence. Your motive, to appoint her as chief prosecutor so you could control her. Oh, righto, my boy. You have quite an imagination. Let me ask you something. I feel like you're not gonna let me say no anyway. Do you have any proof of this, that I controlled Lana? For example, is Lana testifying that I've done such a thing? Oh, that is a low blow! Lana, just keep it quiet to protect Emma. Oh, there's no way she'd testify against Gant. I'm afraid without any proof, this all amounts to nothing more than mere conjecture. Unless there is also what happened in this incident. This incident, what? Which one would that be? Of course I'm talking about. Ah, yes, the murder of Detective Bruce Goodman. The chief prosecutor has been acting strange throughout this entire trial. Almost as if someone has been controlling her. Worthy, you'd better watch your tongue. I wouldn't want you to get hurt. Just what do you mean? What he means, Your Honor, is that Chief Gant is involved in the murder of Detective Goodman. Not only that, but the Chief is now making Lana take the rap to cover up his involvement. Uh-oh. Order curly fries milkshake. Huh? This is an affront to the highest ranking officer in the law enforcement agency. To accuse the chief of police of blackmail and murder? Well, why not? Possible. what Mr. Edgeworth said in easier to understand language. It's too late, Mr. Wright. There's no turning back for us now. Oof, it looks like he's the one who's decided to go through with this. Dun dun dun. Well, can you prove this, Mr. Wright? Well. Maybe? That the chief, a high-ranking officer of the law, is involved in this murder? Probably the ID list? Regardless of his rank or title, Chief Gant is just a man. The question is he a criminal? I believe the evidence will tell. I see. Alright then. Let's see what Mr. Wright's got. And it better be good. Where is the ID list? Sure. This is the ID card list. Yeah, the one that shows who entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. There was one ID on the list we couldn't determine the owner of yesterday. 777 7777. Sorry, but there's no way you can prove that's my card number. It's your number. What? How do you know that? The safe in Chief Gant's office requires a code to open, and he's an idiot. A 7-digit code. Oh. I'm afraid so, Your Honor. The code was 777 7777. Same as the remaining ID card number on that list. Chief Gant, you entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. Chief Gant, what do you have to say? Nothing. The defense's search of my office was in violations of regulations. And I will demand Mr. Wright be punished to the maximum extent of the law. Oh, come on! But right now, the court demands an explanation from you. About the use of this ID card. Chief Gant, so you admit it? You entered the evidence room on the day of the crime? What about it? I'm chief of police, whether it's the evidence room or the bathroom. What's the difference? I can go anywhere I want. Ew. No. Tell me, when you entered the room, were you alone? I always go to the bathroom alone, as I do with the evidence room. Detective Goodman wouldn't have happened to be with you that day, would he? Of course not. Why would he be? You're sweating, bro. I haven't seen him in days. You say you hadn't seen him in days? Chief Gant, I'm afraid you've just undone yourself. Ripperoni pepperoni. On that day, you had to have met with Detective Goodman. What do you mean? The trial's purpose is to determine Lana Sky's guilt. And she's not guilty. Well, I mean, she's guilty of stabbing a dead body, but... No, it isn't, Your Honor. This trial's purpose is to determine the truth. If Chief Gant met the victim on the day of the crime, then we need to determine one thing. What transpired? Excuse me. Oh my god. I thought I was gonna catch that in time to mute. Oh, to sneeze during a dramatic monologue in court. How embarrassing. Bless you. Thank you. So as proof, the victim went to meet Chief Gant on the day of the crime. Is it gonna be the ID card list again? Either that or the lost item report. Oh, there we go. Detective Goodman lost his ID card on the day of the crime. Or, to be more accurate, Jake Marshall stole it. Chief Gant smelling so sus it got to your nose? You might be onto something there. So Detective Goodman filled out a lost item report. He would have given that report to the Chief of Police. Yet you are in possession of the report, which means you can't be sure if he filed it. He filed it. How do I know, you ask? Because he needed to enter the evidence room that day. He needed to? Correctamundo. Yes, to transfer the evidence out. Oh. This man is forgetting so much. Detective Goodman took the form to you, Chief Gant. Then, you accompanied the detective to the evidence room. I accompanied him? There's no other way the murderer and Detective Goodman could have ended up in the same room. Hold on. Let me guess what you're going to say next. I, the Chief of Police, murdered poor Goodman. Yup. But wait, the Chief didn't necessarily need to accompany him to the evidence room. Could have just lent him his ID card. Yes, now that you mention it. Sorry, but that's not possible. According to the record, your card was only used once. Yet, you showed us your ID card earlier. If you had really lent it to Detective Goodman, it would have been found on his body. Whoops! Oh, well. The man just got smited by God. Chief Gant, you did it. The murder was most likely a spur-of-the-moment crime, for no one in their right mind would choose the police department as a place to commit murder. Yeah, I don't think the guy is, you know, right-minded at all. After the murder, you contacted Lana at the prosecutor's office. Why? To dispose of Detective Goodman's body, of course. You're forgetting, Mr. Wright, that the victim's body was discovered in the prosecutor's office parking lot. How did he manage to move it there? I was at the police department the entire day, you know. And everyone's aware that Lana stayed at the prosecutor's office after the ceremony. Everyone, except me, it seems. Still, you're the chief of police. You have an entire police force at your disposal. Oh, so you think I just ordered an officer to do it? Hey, you! Take this here dead body over to the prosecutor's office. I don't think so. Chief Gant, you left all the evidence we need to prove how you moved the body. All this time, I just thought it was a useless clue just taking up space. Pardon? Show us the evidence. Oh, was it the screwdriver? Because he used that to tell Edgeworth to go back or something? I mean, it probably is a screwdriver. It's the only thing that makes sense. Oh, there we go. This is how he moved Detective Goodman's body? What's that? A screwdriver? How do you do that? And what does that have to do with this case? Mr. Edgeworth, think back to the day of the crime. What is this screwdriver doing here? It's here because... Oh! I was asked to go, By Chief Gant, no less. He told me he wanted me to keep it here in the prosecutor's office. In any case, on the day of the stabbings, I brought this back here. Yay. After the ceremony ended that day, I didn't plan to return to the prosecutor's office, but you did. Because Chief Gant asked you to. You mean The body was found in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. It was literally transported there. I think it's obvious what happened. The body was moved by that car. A convenient excuse. Ooh, Detective Goodman's body was carried in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. RIP. Yes, unless, of course, you have another explanation? Why else would you have Mr. Edgeworth to transport evidence for a closed case? That's a good point. There's only one plausible explanation. To transport the body to your accomplice. Miss Lotta Sky! Dun, dun, dun! Dun, 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 dun. What's going on here? A lot. Is there no room for rebuttal to the defense's outrageous accusations? Think back to the photograph Miss Starr took at the prosecutor's office. This was not a photo of the body being stuffed in the trunk to be taken away. It was exactly the opposite. It's a photo of the body being taken from the trunk. Chief Gant, please say something. We hung out together. We sat in a sauna together. Like, my time's up? Sorry, Righto, but I'm having lunch with the District Attorney General after this. We have to get going if we're to make it in time for the early bird special. It's after 12 p.m. though. There is no early bird special anymore. Early bird specials are in the morning. But the cross-examination isn't finished yet. Remember what I told you earlier? A police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Weapons? Like the right to refuse to testify. I'm invoking that right now. What? That is not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered. So you're going to just run away after all this? Run away? Don't make me laugh, Worthy. I stabbed old Goodman. That's what you're saying, right? But if you had any conclusive evidence, you would have presented it by now. What? Oh. You think I had law to dispose of the body? If so, then show your proof and get it over with. I'll say it again, Mr. Wright. Dumb and Gaunt is the current chief of police. This court will not tolerate any accusations against him without concrete proof. Well, Mr. Wright? Your Honor? Do you have any concrete proof? No. It's no use showing evidence I'm not even sure of myself. No, Your Honor. At present, I have no conclusive evidence. See, Udgy? In that case, the court is forced to penalize you for your allegations against the chief. Huh? Here's a tip. Never gamble what you can't afford to lose, Righto. It seems that Lady Luck was on my side again today. Okay, Udgy. I'll leave the rest to you. Okay, bye. Oof. I warned you earlier, Mr. Wright. This is an affront to a senior officer in our nation's law enforcement agency. Oh, boo-hoo. Lady Luck, huh? Maybe we should have a word with her. Mr. Edgeworth? What do you mean? There's one lady who knows the real truth behind this trial. haven't yet had the honor of hearing her testimony. Solana. In the absence of conclusive evidence, the only other method of proof is testimony. But Chief Gant has invoked his right to refuse. There's still someone else. One more witness who can answer all the questions. Raised in this trial, someone right in this very room. Come on, guys. Use your brains. Why are you asking me, Your Honor? Have you forgotten? The defense is the one calling witnesses today. Mr. Wright, does such a witness exist? She may not be willing to tell the truth. But we can't just stop now. Yes, Your Honor, the defense calls forth. Da, 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 da. Lana! The defendant. Miss Lana Sky? She was in the underground parking lot at 5:15 p.m. on February 21st. Her task? To dispose of the victim's body. In accordance with a certain someone's orders. Mr. Edgeworth? The prosecution has no objections, Your Honor. Woo! Thank you for the sub. Ba 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 ba. It's a Prime sub too. Very nice. Much appreciated. Very well. The court will now take its final recess for the day. Ba ba ba. In 50 minutes, we will reconvene to hear the defendant's testimony. This is fine. This is fine. The court is now... Hold on! I'm not finished yet. I thought you were going to eat. Listen good, Lana. Aye, this is intimidation! I don't think you need me to tell you this, but if you accept Mr. Wright's claims, there will be terrible consequences. That's right. Your sister will be found guilty for Neil Marshall's murder. Of course, you'd never support such outrageous claims anyway, right? Just something to think about. Alright then, I've got a lunch date. Dude is just blatantly blackmailing people in court, and judge is like, okay, I guess I have to accept this. We gotta love the judge. Looks like we managed to stay in the game. Yeah, thanks to your help. That chief. He's something else, eh, pals? Hi, Gumshoe. I'm not a detective anymore. Oh, yeah. Sorry about that. Don't worry. I've already decided where to work. At your office. We don't need an administrative assistant. Thank you for applying, though. We will hold on to your resume. And by hold on to it, I mean promptly put it in the shredder. My office? Sure. I'll take the place of that top-knotted girl you used to work with. Did you forget Maya's name? It's been 2 months. Why is everyone forgetting Maya? Well, good on you, Phoenix. You remembered her name. Still, looks like we're all out of moves now. Chief Gant's done it again. How is it that he always gets the upper hand? He's been doing this for a long time. It's not fair that he has the right to refuse. Settle down. Remember what the judge said? It's not a right to be casually invoked. Nope, there's gotta be consequences. There are certain risks. Okay. Risks. What did he mean by that? It's simple. If the chief refuses to testify, the opposite also holds true. You mean he forfeits his right to say anything, too? Oh, true. He literally can't defend himself. Emma? Are you okay? Yeah, when I came to, I was in the medical office. I've been listening to the trial from the gallery. So she heard everything that's been going on. Emma, I'm sorry for what I said before. Nah, dopey. It was the truth. You know, it's funny. I almost feel relieved somehow. Relieved? Yeah. Now I finally know what really happened. To think all this time, my sister was being blackmailed by that terrible man. And she did it all just to protect me. Ever since her appointment as chief prosecutor, everyone who knew her said she changed. Perhaps it was easier that way for her. What do you mean? It means she sealed off her heart because, you know, doing fucked up shit kinda doesn't feel great. What do you think I mean? To follow Chief Gant's orders. She must have shut herself up deep inside. To force herself to do anything and everything the chief told her to. And that must be why she became so cold. Imagine having to go through that for 2 years. Holy shit. It was all my fault. It's all because I murdered Mr. Marshall. Hey, don't go blaming yourself now. If you want to blame anyone, blame society. I don't think that's how that works, but he's doing his best. He's trying. Have you played other Ace Attorney games before? Yeah, I've played them all. This is one of my favorite series. We didn't finish it on stream, but one of the very first games I played, when I started streaming a year ago was the Great Ace Attorney. So, I'm trying to think. The only Ace Attorney games I haven't played is the second Great Ace Attorney. The Miles Edgeworth and the Miles Edgeworth Investigation games. I've played all the others. Since I own them all, I figured it was like something to... I can work through the games and practice my voice acting and like doing voices and stuff at the same time. I haven't finished... What is it? I replayed the first one a fair bit. I don't usually get around to replaying the second and third very often. And I mean, the Apollo Justice ones have been really hard to... Especially the first Apollo Justice game has been really hard to play for a long time now. The remakes and re-releases are out, but we haven't gotten around to them yet. Eventually. Well, we better get back. It's time for the final act. Yeah, no, I've watched some people play them, and I had a roommate who really loved the Miles Edgeworth games. Just, yeah, unfortunately, they've never been re-released. So unless you were lucky enough to grab them back in the day, it's hard to do without, like, you know, piracy, emulation, all that stuff. Nope, I'm going with you. I want to be there when Lana tells the truth. Aw. Let's go, right? It's time to end this. Dun dun dun. Oh, to be continued. Okay, now this should be the final part. Trial ladder, too. Sheesh. I forgot how crazy long this case is in particular. Like, it's not too bad, but it is chunky. Hopefully they'll re-release them someday. I would love that, yeah. I would like to actually play it myself. Because, I mean, yeah, I watched someone else play it, but sometimes I feel like, depending on the game, if you watch someone else play it, you don't quite absorb it the same way you would if you played it yourself. So all I remember is, Kay, and I think there was a case where they went to, like, an amusement park that had blue badger mascots, and one of them knocked Edgeworth out or something. That's all I, like, vaguely remember from the Miles Edgeworth investigations. Oh, right, there was also, like, a murder on an airplane that had an elevator. In the Ace Attorney world, their planes have elevators. Meanwhile, we can barely get planes to stay in the sky. Miss Sky, you are the chief prosecutor. I'm sure you're aware of what is required of you. But Mr. Edgeworth, you already know everything. You know all that I've done these past 2 years. Please provide the court your testimony. Did you even realize how weird it was? Right? I'm like, we kind of just, like, accepted it in a way, but, like, this airplane was big enough to have a gift shop on board. It had an elevator. You could actually walk around in the cargo hold instead of, you know, it being this really tiny space that you basically have to crawl around on your stomach on, like, in real life. Like, this is, like, a massive freaking plane. Like, I don't even know how you get the propulsion to keep that thing in the air, and then let alone how much fuel the thing would take. Because from my understanding, most airplanes have terrible fuel efficiency to begin with, because, I mean, something that big isn't really supposed to fly. We've kind of forced it. So, yeah, I don't know how the Ultra Uber Jumbo Jet Edgeworth was on worked. Yay, testimony. Alright, first tell us about your relationship with Chief Gant. Okay. Yeah, I'm trying to think more about what was on that plane. There was, like, a staff room with, like, actual beds and stuff you could sleep on. Like, holy. Gant in the fabrication. I work, Gant's not so popular, cover band. The Fabrications. They like play at, like, you know, the police department's Christmas, like, events and stuff like that, but that's about it. I worked alongside Gaunt for years. There's no truth to this blackmail theory. I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago all by myself. When I found Prosecutor Marshall's body, I rearranged the crime scene. My only motivation was to get Dark convicted. It had nothing to do with Emma. Now that is a lie. Huge room to store crates. Yeah. That was, like, the cargo hold I was, like, mentioning. Because, yeah, it was huge. Like, from my understanding, the planes we have, like, the, like, cargo hold, for the most part, like, it's long, but, like, very cramped. Meanwhile, yeah, like, you've got people frickin' living in there in the investigations game. Like, they were hiding out in their, like, whole smuggling operation, hiding out in crates. I think they hid a dead body in there as well, like... No, literally, it was a flying building. Like, I have no idea how they make that thing like stay in the air, like hopes and dreams and prayers, basically. Forget about, like, thoughts and prayers for, like, whatever else. Keep this plane in your thoughts and prayers, because that's what's keeping it flying. Your Honor, I'm confessing to a capital offense. Of course I'm sure. But Lana, if this is true, then that means Chief Gant has nothing to do with this. Lana, 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 Lana. That's what I've been telling you from the beginning. I mean, I guess. Please, Mr. Wright! You've got to help her! She's sacrificing herself because of me. Yeah, she's, not the greatest way to go about this. But what if she's telling the truth? She's not. I know my own sister. Oh, how convenient. Alright. If you say so, then. Whenever she speaks stiffly like that, she's hiding something. Oh. I see. Okay. Alright. If you say so. Whole airplane case makes no sense if you're not playing in Japanese, since the game always takes place in a different country depending on the language you're using. Oh god. I didn't think about that, but that does make sense. As weird as that is. Alright, there's no time to be second guessing ourselves. Dun dun dun. Time for the cross-examination! Cool. I worked alongside God for years. Alright, how are we gonna do this? True, I guess that's the most logical one. You say you did this all by yourself? Nope. Would you mind telling us what you found when you arrived at the crime scene? It seems I was the first person to discover the scene. The broken prosecutor award knife was stuck in the victim's body. Oh. Well, well, well. Well, well, well. But Prosecutor Marshall died from an unfortunate incident. That's only a situation you dreamed was possible. The reality is, it wasn't my sister who took the prosecutor's life. Fantasize all you want, Mr. Wright, but I'll never change that statement. Oh, okay. My bad. You mean Prosecutor Marshall wound up being killed by a Dark? Something like that. Something like that? If that's so, what happened to the other murder weapon? Dark was carrying a switchblade knife. Oh! That was lying on the floor a little distance away. It was probably knocked away in the struggle. That's not how it went down. She's trying to cover up her lies with more lies. All just to protect me. So, when you found the scene like this, what did you do? After all, this is what everything boils down to. True. Let's see. You planted the knife in the wound, and then you moved the body? But why? Why would you do that? Why not? You of all people should know, Edgeworth. You've always had a good head on your shoulders. My head isn't that bad. Yeah, you know, like, my head's fine. Why did you move the body? When you showed up on the scene, where exactly was the victim's body again? You know, for science? Can you tell us for science? I mean, I totally know where it is, but could you just tell us, you know, for science? For science! When you showed up on the scene, where exactly was the victim's body? It was where you deduced. It was by Chief Gant's desk. But the body was found by your desk. Why did you move it there? The reason for that is simple. It is? Let's have this explained in more detail. Please, Marco. So, why'd you move the body? Pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan. Oh, because the jar with the writing on it. I got it. My only motivation was to get Dark convicted. It had nothing to do with Emma. Okay. Pieces of the jar, you mean? Yes, the wretched jar you showed us earlier. In order to show that Dark committed the crime, I felt it would be more expedient to move the body. Convenient. When you first found the body, the jar was already... Of course, it had been shattered to pieces. If you look at the crime scene, it would be clear right away what happened. Neil Marshall was dead, and Dark was lying unconscious. In other words, the jar must have been broken during their struggle. I see. What's the matter, Emma? Apparently the jar was shattered at the time the crime was committed, but I have a feeling there is more to it than that. Must be a contradiction somewhere. Anyway, I committed this fabrication completely alone. Trust me. Is this gonna do what I think it will? Oh, thank God, okay. Miss Sky, I understand how you feel. You committed that crime 2 years ago to protect your sister. You mean the forgery at the scene where Near Marshall was murdered? If that truth were to be exposed now, the past 2 years of your life will have been in vain. Even so, I'm compelled to bring to everyone's attention a significant contradiction within your testimony. Contradiction? In my testimony? You testified, and I quote, "The pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan." That's right. Do you have a problem with that? It's a really simple oversight. You see, a message was written on this jar with the victim's blood. Yes, the prosecutor must have written it in his final moments. What are you getting at? Exactly so. And this is where the contradiction lies. In order for the victim to be able to write his message on the jar, must not yet have been broken before he died. He couldn't have written Emma's name on a shattered jar. Welp, that was some oversight. Your Honor, it would appear more information is needed in regards to this jar and its bloody message. You must be missing something critical here. Chief Prosecutor, it seems you are as in the dark as we are about the truth towards which we're headed. Awkward. Just tell us exactly what you saw. We'll piece together the information to arrive at the truth. Trust. Very well. Witness may continue her testimony. Trust us! We're your friends! I immediately noticed the blood traces on the jar, but it was dark in the room, and I didn't have time to check it out. To be safe, I wiped away the blood. The fragments were large, so I'm sure I got them all. All I could think about was wiping them clean before they were discovered. But parts of the jar were in the safe, so that is incorrect. I was a chief prosecutor at the time. She really did think Dark was the real murderer. That's why she tried to erase the real evidence. Alright. Here we go. Jar, ba 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 ba. And boom. Yeah, there we go. Miss Sky, I believe this jar conceals a truth even you were unaware of. What? We found the final piece of this jar in Chief Gant's safe. In the Chief's safe? But how? She really didn't know. Whoops. There's something even more disturbing about that final piece. There was still blood on it. But the witness just testified that she gathered every last piece of blood and wiped the blood off. Yes. Which leaves us with only one explanation. On the night Prosecutor Marshall was murdered, you were not the first one to show up at the scene. Chief Gant got there before you. But couldn't the defendant have simply missed a piece? Unlikely. I'm afraid that's unlikely. The pieces are too big for anyone to miss, let alone an ace detective. Or an ace detective. That may well be, but everyone makes mistakes. Even I wasted an entire day looking for my dentures. They were in my mouth. If you have that level of memory problems, you should probably not be a presiding judge anymore. Have you forgotten, Your Honor? When the witness arrived at the scene, the jar was already broken. Oh, that. There's no way a name could have been written on a shattered jar. Another person discovered the scene prior to the witness. I hope you're not implying this person was Chief Gant. Not my waifu. At the time, he was looking for Dark downstairs. The question is, if he did arrive there first, why did he hide it for 2 years? Ding dang, walla bang bang, No, my waifu. Wait, I'm not the one on trial here. Congratulations, Judge. You've come to your senses. Demogant arrived at the scene. He proceeded to break the jar. Smash! And purposely hid one of the broken pieces. Question. What is this action called? Fabrication of evidence. But why would my waifu do something like that? In light of what happened afterwards, isn't it clear? What happened afterwards? Discovering the scene, Lana believed her sister Emma killed the victim. Determined to help her sister, she sought Gant's aid. Lending her his aid, Gant helped her create evidence that incriminated Dark, sparing Emma. And therein lies the reason. The reason why Miss Sky became the chief's puppet. Oh, she bit her thumb! No, I did it on my own. Please, stop trying to protect the chief. I can't watch you suffer anymore for my sake. No, you did it. It wasn't you, Emma. You didn't kill anyone. Don't believe anything Mr. Wright says. Defense attorneys make up the most foul lies to defend their clients. Excuse me? I guess you do seem the type who likes to twist the truth. Hey! Wait a minute. What if we're still smack dab in the middle of Gant's trap? Is something wrong? Lana? Maybe right after all. What do you mean? So you do tell foul lies? Miss Sky? Please testify once more. But if evidence was fabricated behind your back, then Emma's accidental killing of Prosecutor Marshall might also be a lie. But I do remember knocking over Mr. Marshall. Doesn't mean you knocked him onto a sword. That's a little too convenient. Miss Sky, if you will. I can't. There's nothing to be afraid of anymore. This cross-examination may not change a thing. However, there is a possibility that it will, if you tell the truth. Very well. I'll testify about what I really saw. Alright, the witness may testify once more for the final time. It's the final countdown. When I arrived, I found Mr. Marshall's body impaled on that suit of armor sword. Emma and Dark were lying unconscious on the floor nearby. When I saw what happened, I thought she did it. That's why I erased all the evidence that linked her to the murder. I had Chief Gan help me remove the body from the sword and carry it. But if it all really was a fabrication, Emma might be innocent. Unbelievable, the body was impaled on the sword? You were the one who saw that. You were the only one who saw that. If only you had proof. Actually, I do have proof. I gave it to Mr. Wright just this morning. Huh? To me? It's a picture I took of the crime scene, as I encountered it. I thought it might be needed. I don't remember receiving a picture like that. Lana must have known. See, Mr. Wright? She really does have faith in you. Apparently. Well, Mr. Wright, please present this picture. Oh, God. It's in the book, I'm pretty sure. Lana said she gave it to you this morning, right? I seem to remember getting something from her. Look at this little Sherlocky bird. Pio. Oh, my God. Hey, there's a picture here. Yeah, that's a... Wait, why is there a hole in his vest? The time... I know messages are delayed, but the timing of you calling the detective chick cute and it showing up in my OBS over the picture of this dead body is hilarious. No other detective saw the crime scene like this, because I contacted Criminal Affairs only after I had rearranged everything. Yeah, that time was not in my... It's okay, we all knew what you meant. It's just really funny. The follies of time delays. Mr. Wright? That piece cut out from his vest, could that be the cloth? Seems like it. This is a handprint, right? That cloth, it had fingerprints on it. Whoever's fingerprints are must be the real murderer. Emma! But those fingerprints, they're yours! Why are your lips turning all purple? Anyway, let's get over the cross-examination before, Phoenix passes out. So long as you tell the truth, we should be able to flesh out the real murderer. Very well. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. Yay, actual crime scene. When I arrived, I found Mr. Hello? Come now, Udgy. This is the poorest excuse for a trial I've ever seen. Well, fucking excuse me. Chief Gant? What? Now you want to make me out as the bad guy too? If so, I'd like to put in a word or two in my defense, but you invoked your right to not testify. I'm afraid it's too late for that. Huh? You already declined to testify. That means you forfeited your right to make statements of any sort. Must be the risk we were talking about earlier. Just sit back, relax, and enjoy the sound of the noose tightening around your neck. Edgy! That it was. Oh, that was terrifying. So what? You think I'm worried? I mean, you seemed pretty worried. Sorry to disappoint you, but I don't need to make any statements. Okay. The evidence will do all the talking for me. Of course. Even if I can't testify, I can still present evidence. I see. How convenient. Yes, that's true. Wait, you mean you still have some conclusive evidence? No, I don't. But someone does. Someone? So, what's your excuse, Righto? Why have you been keeping quiet about it? You do have something to show us, right? Something that proves you knocked over a Neil Marshall, causing his death? Conclusive evidence that leaves no room for doubt? Is that true? If I show that piece of evidence now, Emma's sure to be made out as the murderer. Mr. Wright, if you have any more evidence, present it now. And if you try to hide anything, you will be the one appearing before the Board of Inquiries. Oh God. Dun 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 dun. I better think this through carefully. I can't afford to make the wrong decision. No pressure! Should I present that piece of evidence? No, we can't, because it hasn't been established as relevant. Cannot. Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present at this point in time. What? You lie! Chief Gant? You opened my safe. I know you took what was inside. The conclusive evidence. I don't know what you're talking about. Mr. Wright? Why don't you show them? We found it together. Oh, I see. It's because you know the truth, don't you? You know, though, whose fingerprints are on it. That's why you will present it. What are you talking about? Can't you figure it out? Take a good look at this picture. See the victim's vest? Notice anything odd about the chest area? It looks like part of it's been cut away for some reason. You mean you had this? In your safe? What? That means you, the chief of police, have been concealing evidence. This is going to be the biggest scandal in the history of the police department. Dun dun dun. Impressive, to be honest. I didn't think you had the gall, Righto. Well, I can't just let you pin me up as the murderer. I'll tell you what really happened. You mean you admit to it? I was the first person to arrive at the crime scene that day. It then occurred to me that I could use the situation to control Lana. So you really were manipulating her. I knew Lana, if I made it look like the blame lay with her sister, then when she saw the scene, she would ask for my aid. So you assisted, Miss Sky. I told her to arrange all the evidence. I had her plant the knife tip at the victim's body and move the body across the room. And I ended up using that evidence to get Jodar convicted. When I tampered with the crime scene, I hid 2 pieces of evidence. This was before Lana arrived at the scene, mind you. 2 pieces of evidence? You mean those items in your safe? But why? For insurance. Of course. Insurance? I was sure my plan would work, but it's always best to be prepared for the worst. I wasn't about to let anyone blame me for a murder that girl committed. You mean you were calculating that far ahead while forging the evidence? What do you take me for, a fool? I didn't make police chief by dumb luck. See this jar fragment? I hit the most legible part of Emma's name. I didn't expect Lana to go and wipe the blood off all the pieces. But if you fabricated all that evidence, what's to say you didn't fabricate the message on the jar too? Some people just don't know when to quit, do they? That's why I kept 1 more item for insurance. You mean that piece of cloth? Come on, Righto, cough it up already. I know you have it. What are you waiting for? So you admit to it then, Chief Gant, that you are hiding the cloth you cut off the victim's vest in your safe? Yes, I admit it. I don't want to have to do that, being chief and all. But it's a lot better than being portrayed as a murderer. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you have to say for yourself? Objection! Dun 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 dun. Just a moment ago, you said you did have any evidence you could present. Foolish move, Righto. You should have shown it then, before it was too late. It's been a long battle. But the moment of truth has finally arrived. As long as I don't mess up here, victory is mine! Show evidence. Your Honor, I do have evidence to present now. Alright, then let's see this conclusive evidence. Alright. Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest? Oh yeah, at last you finally brought it out into the open. There's a handprint on this. Your Honor, the prosecution requests that be immediately sent to the lab for analysis. This handprint on the leather. There must have been a strong impact for it to be left so clearly. You mean it could not have been forged. It must be authentic, conclusive evidence. You're as slow on the uptake as ever, Worthy. What? Think about it. Rito had all this time to present this evidence. Yet, he was reluctant to do so. Why would that be? You mean you already know? You know whose fingerprints are on that? Mr. Right, do you really know? Yeah. Whoever, well, about that. Very well, I'll tell you. Should be okay now. Everything's proceeding as predicted. Belong to you is... Emma. Emma? Emma Sky? What? They're mine? I'm sorry, Emma. Why did you tell me? You're really something, Rito. You knew this girl did it all alone, and you still tried to pin the murder on me. So it's true. Tragic, but true. This girl really did shove Prosecutor Marshall to his death. Nope. How could you? You monster! Miss Sky? You knew whose fingerprints those were all along, yet you acted like she really didn't. Miss Sky, it's not over yet. I said this trial isn't over yet. Huh, but I'm afraid it is over, boy. Not only this trial, but your career, too. You purposely concealed this conclusive evidence? That, my friend, is a serious offense. No, we didn't. We know evidence law. I look forward to pressing charges after the defendant is convicted. I'll have your badge, boy. What's the matter? Cat got your tongue? Aren't you going to tell us how it feels? How it feels to be the one who single-handedly turned a poor little girl into a murderer? Before I do that, there's just one little thing I have to clear up. Oh? And what's that? Who really killed Prosecutor Neil Marshall? Huh? Chief Gant, you are absolutely right. This piece of cloth proves who the real murderer is. Who killed Neil Marshall, you ask? It was Emma Sky, wasn't it? No. I'm afraid that's not possible. You see, this piece of cloth contains a critical contradiction. Huh? A contradiction? What is this fool blabbing about? I'm talking about a contradiction. One that proves who the real killer is. Mr. Wright, this piece of cloth, what could it possibly contradict? Chief Gant? Your tyrannical reign ends here. Behold! It's the photo, right? Because there's no blood on it. And what exactly is this supposed to be? This is the picture Miss Sky took. Take a good look at it. See where the piece of his vest was cut out? Yes, his shirt is showing underneath. It's hard to make out with all the blood on his vest, though. Exactly my point. His chest is soaked with blood. That's only natural. His lungs were no doubt punctured. Blood poured out of his mouth. Oh. That's not nice, but that piece of cloth... Wait. There's no blood on it. Yeah, it was cut out before he was technically dead. Since Emma Sky's fingerprints are on this cloth, there's no doubt that she shoved the prosecutor aside. However, Mr. Marshall was not impaled on the sword at that time. No, this is nonsense! Now then, Chief Gant, let me ask you something. Prosecutor Marshall was not impaled when he was shoved. He most likely hit his head on the ground and was knocked out. If so, then tell me, who could it have been? You could have arrived at the scene before Miss Lana Sky, picked up the unconscious prosecutor, and impaled him on the armor's sword. Then, to make it look like Emma was responsible for the person's death, said person proceeded to write her name on the jar with the victim's blood. A jar that they then broke on purpose to leave behind a clue and make Lana believe her sister did it. Yeah, who? Who's this asshole? Remember what you admitted only moments ago? That you personally cut out this bloodless piece of the victim's vest? Ironic, isn't it? Through the very act of creating insurance, you proved that you were the actual murderer. Oh, there he goes! It's finally all over. Oh, nope. He's not going down without a fight. That was close, Rachel. You almost had me. Sorry, but you'll have to do better than that. I refute your allegations. What do you mean by refute his allegations? You see, that piece of cloth is illegal evidence. This man just won't stop. What nonsense is this? Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a suspect. Remember, Aji? Earlier, old Raito here concealed that piece of cloth. No. That's not what happened. That's not what happened. Do you have some conclusive evidence? Blah, 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 blah. Sir, you were not supposed to talk anymore, right? Honestly, he just kept on going. He's like, I can present evidence that talks for me, and then he just kept talking. Your Honor, I don't have anything I can present at this time. Well, that's true. The defense did refuse to present evidence. At that moment, that piece of cloth ceased to be illegal evidence. But that's... No. You got it backwards. You could best me in court? It looks like the last laugh's on you, son. Nope. It would have been illegal to present it before you established the connection. Well, Mr. Edward, true. Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a person. Assuming, of course, that the evidence is indeed illegal. Huh? Well, Mr. Wright? It seems, at last, the time for me to reveal my plan has finally arrived. All according to Keikaku! Mr. Wright, do you admit it? That you purposely and illegally concealed this piece of cloth? No. That is not what happened. No. I did not. It's not evidence until we need it. Oh my god, because what is it exactly? Hang on. Can we actually read the book? Yeah, there we go. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. And unregistered evidence must be relevant to the case on trial. So if we had shown the evidence before any of those two rules were established, it would have been illegal. So Chief Gant, A, established that it was relevant to the trial, and B, he gave us approval when he demanded we show it finally. So until those two conditions were fulfilled, it would have been illegal to submit it. But he actually made it legal for us. I admit I refused to present it at one point. Aha! So the evidence is illegal. Hello? Let me finish talking. No, it isn't. It's not that I didn't present evidence then, it's that I couldn't. So basically got him. We got him! What do you mean you couldn't? There are certain procedures involved when presenting evidence. I mean, technically we should have presented this, you know, at the beginning of the day. Technically we were hiding it because it looked bad on Emma. We just got really lucky we were able to turn this around. He's nothing but a coward. He can't really believe... There is only one issue left to be resolved in this trial. Is this evidence legal or not? Very well. Let us settle this once and for all. Earlier, you refused to present evidence. If you can prove your conduct was not a violation of the law, then do so. The book! This is my proof, Your Honor. Evidence law. Sherlock Chick will tell you all. I've done my homework too, Chief. I literally did not know these rules before today. Somehow I passed the bar exam, but indeed, Emma's guy's fingerprints were on that piece of cloth. However, at that point in time, this was merely a piece of cloth. Nothing more. Huh? Yeah, technically we didn't know it was from his vest, you know? That's actually true. You see, it's written right here in this book, the second rule of evidence law. Rule number 1. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. I found this piece of evidence myself, inside your safe. It goes without saying I did not have approval from the police department. Rule 2. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. And here's the crux of the matter. You see, at the time it was impossible for me to prove the relevance between the cloth and the SL9 incident. Huh? What kind of nonsense is this? You want relevancy? Just take one look at this picture. Sorry, but can you recall when was this picture presented? That was only a moments ago. He's right. At the beginning of today's trial, that piece of cloth was still meaningless. The person who gave it value as evidence was you. You yourself confessed to a certain truth. On the day of the crime, you personally cut this out of the vest? Yep. Teehee. If only you had stopped talking. It was then that you approved this cloth as conclusive evidence. Yes, you, the chief of police, personally approved this. The only person who could have cut this from the victim's vest is the one who stood before Prosecutor Marshall in his final moments. In other words, the real murderer. And there's only one person who that could be. You. The killer was you! No. Oh god, I can't keep it going for that long. I knew I should have gotten rid of him. That good-for-nothing scum! For 2 years, he's been snooping around the department trying to get something on me. Crimes are being committed every day, yet he insisted on hounding me. Well, your crime wasn't exactly petty. He wanted to reinvestigate the case. He recruited Angel Starr, then convinced Bruce Goodman. Detective Goodman? Yeah, that's right. If the evidence is transferred, I'll lose my only chance to find out the truth. Please, you've gotta help me. Goodman turned him down, as he ought to. Still, Jake Marshall didn't know when to quit. He stole Goodman's ID card and tried to take the evidence. Goodman came to me that day. He wanted to file a lost item report. I went with him to the evidence room. Then, all of a sudden, he decided to speak out. What are you talking about, Goodman? Can you please reopen the investigation, Chief? We can't transfer the evidence out. There are too many questions left unanswered. he opened his evidence locker. And as he was taking the evidence out, he said, "It's not too late. I'm going to hand all this over to Marshall." Well, to be honest, I was a bit taken aback by his words. I had a bad feeling when he came to see me, but I never thought he'd bring up SL9. That's when I saw it. That accursed knife. I couldn't just pull it out. Doing so would have only led to more blood, making it near impossible to hide your crime. Even so, the blood was just pouring out. I didn't know who might stumble in, so I hurried to wipe it up. I was worrying so much about the floor, I didn't realize my fatal mistake. The bloody handprint. I used to be known as the crime computer, but I panicked. But everyone has to start somewhere, I guess. I was too nervous. I had no business doing any of it. Then you put the body in my car? I'm sorry, I couldn't think of any other way to move the body. If sorry was all that was needed, we wouldn't need the law. I broke your trunk, but what's the big deal? You make a lot more than us detectives ever will. Yikes. Leaving the prosecution's car aside, how did you get Miss Sky involved in all of this? Well, she had as much to lose as I did if the truth came out. So you took the evidence from Detective Goodman's locker? Oopsie, it's not enough to get you out of this, honestly. I felt bad having to do it. I also didn't have the time to pick and choose what to take. So, you left the jar fragments in the glove. Yeah. It looks like I was better off being an investigator of crime than a committer. Yet you've been doing this for years! They all did their best to get in my way. I've got to hand it to them. They did their jobs well. Much to my dismay. Fake evidence doesn't hold up very well upon close examination. You must have known that. Tell me, Worthy, why do you stand in court? Me? You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me. We're the same. One day, you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to go it alone. Well, looks like it's time to say goodbye. Gee. What? Looks like we'll have to cancel that lunch date. I'm sorry, old friend. I'm sorry too, Damongant. I knew you as you used to be, long ago. You were once a fine investigator, an example to others on the force. I'm sorry to learn that you are no longer that person. Those days are gone now, Udgy. Man! I actually kind of feel bad for the judge. Like, there's friend breakups where, like, you stop being friends with someone. And then there's the kind of friend breakups where you realize the person you thought you were friends with never actually existed. Like, they were all just, like, a fabrication, or, like, you know, you just selectively saw the parts of them that you wanted to see. That's not a great feeling. To realize, like, you know, your friend is a completely different person than, like, the one you have in your memories. Don't worry, you'll be fine. Now you have Raito here. And Worthy. With those two around, you can't go wrong. In fact, I can hear them already. The melodious sounds of a new beginning. He was almost vaguely a good person, but he got corrupted along the way somehow. There are two things I want you to understand. Yeah? First, your sister never hurt anyone. Second, Damongant betrayed you from the beginning. You see, Miss Sky, you no longer have any reason to keep silent. You're right. When this trial is over, I'll tell everything. All that I've done these past 2 years. But the time I had again helped me forge evidence up until today. So, it seems all the questions raised in this trial have been answered. I'm sorry, Miss Sky. I couldn't get you out of all your trouble. My. What high standards you have for a rookie. I can see why Mia thought so highly of you. Who knows? A few years from now, you might just make it to the top. She's so pretty! I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. I feel bad for her. She'll get in trouble, but she really has no other choice. No, exactly. Plus, I think we can infer from how she's been acting the past 2 years that this has been eating away at her. Like, you know, if you're a person with high moral standards, doing bad shit feels really, really, really bad. It's been eating away at her. So even though, you know, I don't know if she can ever go back to being in law enforcement. Probably not. Like, her career is over and ruined. But at least she's free. She's free from Gant. She's free from her guilt. She's only like 29 years old. I don't know what, like, you know, the sentencing would be for fabricating evidence and, you know, improper disposal of a dead body, blah, 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 blah. But I'd imagine she'd be out by the time she's, like, somewhere in the 35 to 40 range, so there's still a future for her. There's still something she can do. And to you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You've suffered every bit as much as I have these past few days. Believe me, I know how much of an ordeal it's been for you. It was nothing. Liar. I was worried the pressure might break you. And yet, you rose above it all and guided Mr. Wright to victory. Won't have to fear for her sister being targeted anymore. That's true as well. Yeah. They're both the sisters are free now. And most importantly, they're both still alive. Sucks one of them is gonna be in jail for a while, but as long as they're both alive, they can see each other and talk to each other. And that's more than, you know, Maya can say for her sister. Or Edgeworth can say for his dad and, like, that stuff, so. In light of this case, it seems a good self-examining is in order for all of us. Miss Sky. Yes, Your Honor? You are innocent of murder. However, although the chief blackmailed you, the fact is you still acted as his accomplice. A trial will be scheduled for these crimes at a later date. Yes, I understand, Your Honor. Is there something amusing about all of this? Why are you smiling? It's been a long time, Your Honor. A long time since I've felt free of those heavy chains. Yeah, don't underestimate how good it can feel to finally have a clear conscience. Well, this trial has gone on far too long already. Regarding the charge of murder, this court finds the defendant, Miss Lana Sky, not guilty. Oh my god. This was a long time coming. We did the Edgeworth Christmas case around Christmas. This one's been dragging for a while. February 25th, 5:03 p.m. At long last, it's finally over. Emma? My long face. I'm sorry your sister did get completely off the hook, but at least she wasn't convicted for a murder. Great. Good job, Phoenix. You're so good at comforting people. No, that's not it. Just now, after the trial ended. I can see why Mia Fey thought so highly of you. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. And to you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You've suffered every bit, blah blah blah, you've done well. Oh, she didn't say anything to Emma. You know, I did my best too, but Lana didn't say a single word to me. Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals! Oh, guess I am. I'll come back later. Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it? You can say a lot of things about Gumshoe and his bad timing, but the dude does know how to read the room properly. You gotta give him that. He just immediately bows out like, oh, sorry. You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Making a detective run all around while on duty? And to top it off, you called me here? I've seen happier people at funerals. I'm having deja vu. Hey, lighten up, pals. I'm only kidding. Oh. Are you here because of my sister again? Nope. Not this time. I came today because of you, pal. Me? That's right. I thought you'd like to see someone. Oh. Anna! Should you be doing this? She's still under arrest, you know. Well, I won't tell if you won't. Emma, I owe you an apology. Oh, it's okay, sis. Don't worry about it. That day, 2 years ago, was the first time in my life I ever panicked. It was all I could do to keep myself from screaming. All I could think about was keeping you from getting wrapped up in that mess. Sis, I asked God to help me cover up the truth. I thought I was doing it for your sake, but now I realize I was wrong. I changed after that day. I had to. It was the only way I could make it through the past 2 years. I knew how much I was hurting you by distancing myself. But I couldn't bring myself to tell you what I did. I was scared. Scared that you'd look at me with those eyes of yours. I was scared of how you'd react if you knew. But sis, you were only doing it for me. No. I turned my back on you that day. In hiding what I believed to be the truth, I was deceiving you. Oh, I'm such a fool. It took me all this time to realize it. Emma, I'm so sorry. But sis, you don't have to apologize. I'm happy now. You're happy? Of course. You know, sis, I always knew that one day you'd come back. And now you have. Oh, Emma! Emma! Oh! Tissues! Tissues! No one can change the past. The only thing we can do is strive to make up for our mistakes. Why must we make up for our mistakes, you ask? Because, in so doing, we can find the way back to our rightful path. And it is from there that we can move on towards a brighter future. At least, that's what I felt watching the two sisters make up. Mr. Wright, Mr. Gumshoe, me? Thank you both for all that you've done. I'm sure we'll meet again someday. Isn't that right, Edgeworth? Edgeworth? Stop hiding and come over here. Where was he hiding? Behind the fiscus? I just came to say, congratulations. Thank you. Thank you, Edgeworth. Right. Well, I'll be going now. Mr. Edgeworth, I hope you don't blame yourself for what happened. We were the ones who acted corruptly, not you. it's too late for me. No matter what anyone may say, I realize today that I can't correct my mistakes. Mr. Edgeworth? Not only that, but I don't even trust myself anymore. Chief Gant was right. Oh, come on. I don't think you would become that kind of man, Edgeworth. You were pretty close in the first, and like in the first half of this game, though. But you've strayed off that path. You're fine now. I do despise criminals. I plan to dedicate my entire life to fighting them. But in order to fight crime on my own, I need a weapon. It's scary, but I've known that to be true for quite some time now. But Edgeworth? Who knows, given enough time, I might have tried to pull something like Chief Gant did. That thought terrifies me. That's why I can't continue as a prosecutor. Edgeworth, don't you understand? Dalmon Gant and your mentor, Manfred von Karma, yeah, remember that guy? Were both the best of the best when it came to fighting crime. But they both made the same mistake. You said, in order to fight crime on my own, I need a weapon. That may be true, but think back to today's trial. You weren't alone. Yeah. Like, the defense and the prosecution are often seen as enemies, but technically, they are on the same side. They're on the side of trying to determine what really happened in the crime and make sure guilty parties are brought to justice and the innocent are not imprisoned, and that the victims get closure, if at all possible. That may mean they have to argue against each other in the courtroom, but when it comes to the law, they're on the same side. And because of that partnership, you are able to present evidence that otherwise would have gone undiscovered. Isn't that right, Mr. Wright? Huh? What? Oh, yeah. What is this, a pop quiz? Come on, Mr. Wright, show him what Lana's talking about. Not this again. You know, at the end of every case, they're like, yeah, you know, show them the thing. And it's like, what thing? Oh, I guess the evidence list, because Edgeworth is only supposed to have it. That's the picture I drew. Our counterattack began with this. You had one half of the evidence list, and I had the other. Apart, we wouldn't have been able to completely restore Emma's picture. That didn't happen just by chance, Mr. Edgeworth. It's time for me to go. Mr. Edgeworth, if you'll excuse me. There's still some loose ends that need wrapping up. Take care, Chief Prosecutor. Bye! Edgeworth! What will you do now? Well, whatever you do, just remember, you can let what happened kill the prosecutor in you, or you can help it let you grow. In the end, it's up to you. I know, it seems I owe you my thanks too, right? But what I face now is my problem. Edgeworth, I'll be waiting for you. Farewell. I have seen BL manga with less tension. I'd better be going too. Okay. But I'll be by to visit soon. It seems we both have a lot to learn and catching up to do. Here, this is a little something for you. Scientific investigation? It's the first book I ever bought. Study it well. Thanks! I will! And so, another case came to a close. As for the sisters, I have faith. Faith that their lives have only just begun. And as for me, I think it's time I start on a new journey of my own. A journey to rediscover myself. The fact Edgeworth is the last person he thinks about. Well, don't just go trekking off yet, pal. Huh? What is it? There's just a little matter to be resolved around the chief prosecutor. You see, she isn't supposed to be out of jail like this. But I thought you said it was okay. Yeah, well, it may be okay with me, but the folks at the prison are a different story. Huh? Basically, I had to bribe a guard in order to sneak her out for 30 minutes. Oh my god! Believe me, it wasn't cheap either. Huh? Way to go, detective! I didn't know you had a wild side. Yeah, well, haha. You see, Mr. Wright here's the one who'll be footing the bill. Huh? Huh? What? What, do you think I could afford it with my salary? You gotta be kidding me, pal. Huh? Huh? Thank you, Mr. Wright! You're the best! What is it? I suddenly feel like I want to scream. Hey, I got an idea. Why don't we all go pay it off together? Yeah, that's a great idea. Come on, guys, let's go! Objection! Yay! It's over! And then we meet Emma again during Apollo Justice, and well, yeah. I arranged for a friend of mine in Europe to take care of Emma. I hope she'll be pleased to study under a top coroner. As for me, this affair has pretty much ended my days in the prosecutor's office. Still, I'll manage to find my way back to the field somehow. Then I'll be able to investigate crimes together with Emma. Ha! I don't... You can't be in law enforcement with a criminal record. That's not how it works! You could be a private detective, probably, but... Yikes, I thought I was a goner for a minute. In the end, though, they overlooked my unauthorized investigation. If we penalize you anymore, it'd be worse than firing you. Yep, that's what they said. It just goes to show, you can't shake me off that easily. Oh, Gumshoe. Eventually, he stops showing up in the games, and it's sad. They don't even say if he, like, retired or anything. He just kind of stops being around as more and more of the cases start happening outside of, like, Tokyo and stuff. Wouldn't be the first prosecutor? I know, you're right. But technically, you're not supposed to have a criminal record and work in those kinds of industries. My partner's keeping an eye on the entrance for me today. I'll show them, though! Someday I'm going to make detective! Yes, sir! Then I could just be like that Dick Gumshoe! Well, the next game in the series is... Oh my god. What is it called? It's not Trials and Tribulations. Something Justice. But people generally don't like the second game. But, I mean, it has Franziska von Karma. Oh! The Blue Badger's dead, guys. Rest in peace, Blue Badger. It's... What is it? Can't you see I'm having me a showdown with a steak lunch? Finally, the beast is slain! He was really like, my job is done here. Can you make sure Billy and the gang get their water? The cactus? I thought you said the cactus was already dead. Looks like we won't be seeing each other for a while. Oh, is she going to jail? As a farewell gift, I put a new meal on the menu, the right lunch. The top layer tastes as bitter as defeat, but the bottom layer is as sweet as victory. Kids seem to dig the turnabout theme. It's a hot seller around exam time. Just make sure not to eat it backwards. Terrifying. Ben, thank you for all your work over the years. I'm pretty sure he's still working on the franchise. I'll never forget what that young defense lawyer said after the trial. Let's see. What was his name again? Mr. Left? Anyway, he said he's been doing something for how many years? Well, anyway, I've got another trial to get to, so I'd better be... Huh? Oh no, I forgot my gavel. Sorry, gotta go! Sir. Yeah. Credits. Maya! Oh, Kurine Village. Yeah, we get to go there next time. Still something I do miss hearing you and your objection. Still, I can't go back until I'm a full-fledged spirit medium. Mystic Maya! Afternoon training's about to begin. Coming! Well, see you around, Nick. Yeah, that's Maya's hometown for the people who aren't in the know. We'll be going there in the next game. Not today, though. Mr. Edgeworth. Mr. Edgeworth, I brought you your tea. What's going on? If you've played the second game, you probably know what that letter is. Because since this case was added as an add-on, technically after the second game had already come out, they included a lot of Easter eggs in this case to it. Thank you, Mr. Wright. Thank you for everything. I'm a little sad, but I'll be alright. Do you speak English? Is he joining Smash? No, but he was in the Capcom fighting game. Phoenix, anyway. Aww. It's Lana's first day as a police officer. Aww. Oh, there we go. All clear. Oh my god. I forgot about that photo of them at the end. That made me a little emotional. Saving content. Dun dun dun. Now, if I remember correctly... Yeah, there we go. That will be how we get to the next one. Next one is Justice for All. Dun 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 dun. Oh, for now I'm gonna jump back to the chatting screen. Oof. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna need to put some eye drops in. I have been playing games for 12 hours today. Don't be like me, guys. Don't be like me. Oh, that was good. I'm glad we finally were able to finish. Damn, that's a good day. Oh, thank you for the follow. Yeah, I play some gacha games, not always on stream though. So I was offline, I was playing the new Honkai Star Rail story. And I didn't expect it was gonna take 9 hours, but yeah, I started at like 10 a.m. And then I finished it just before I started stream. I'm surprised you made. Oh, yeah, thank you. Thank you for y'all that stuck around. I know for some of you, it's past your bedtime. Others, I know... Well, the people that are on the other side of the world, it's already like 11 in the morning lunch hour, so it's okay for you guys, I guess. Yeah, so, oh my god. Time to shower and everything else. The good voice acting kept me awake. Thank you! What time is it for me? Oh, that's right. I keep meaning to bring my clock back. It is 11 p.m. I'm in the Eastern time zone. So like not super late, but yeah, like if you had a full work day or you had stuff going on today, 11 p.m. can be a little tiring. But I'm glad you guys enjoyed the voice acting. I had a lot of fun doing Gaunt's like meltdown as he just starts laughing like 12 different ways. I was running out of breath at the end though. I'm glad he stopped when he did. I was like, I was not prepared for this. I did not take a big enough inhale. Plus, it's allergy season. I can't really breathe through my nose when I'm doing that stuff right now. That doesn't help. Alright. Yeah. Trying to think. Well, I'll be putting together the schedule over the weekend. I don't know when we're gonna start. Justice for All? Probably not this week. Might be the week after. We'll see. I try and mix up with new stuff along with some of the longer running series to try and keep things mostly fresh, because like yeah, I've talked about before, if all you play are the same five like JRPGs, your schedule starts looking like the exact same thing almost every week, except, you know, just different games on different days. Tomorrow, where is my schedule? Is it Persona tomorrow? I think it might be. Either that or it's Unicorn Overlord. Yeah, Unicorn Overlord! Persona's gonna be on Sunday. So, if y'all have been, working again in a few days, that's fair. So, since you're new, I'll kind of go over it. I need to update my hours on Twitch. I need to sit down and update all the stuff. But so basically during Monday to Friday, I will stream starting at 7 p.m. EST. So it's in the morning for the people over on the other side of the world. But on the Saturday and Sunday, I start at 12 p.m. EST. So for people on the other side of the world, depending on your time zone, that'll be like, you know, 11 p.m. at night, midnight, 1 a.m. kind of thing. So we've got some people from the other side of the world, like Singapore, Philippines, that kind of area, who they show up and they're like, I'm going to bed, but they're here for like, you know, a couple hours and then they fall asleep. So that is perfectly okay too. That's why I try and change. That's why I have the different schedules, so the people who have found me that are from the other side of the world have a chance to actually stop by. Cause yeah, we can only do what we can. But yeah. I'm glad you were able to find us. We had a bunch of new followers today. That was nice. I love Phoenix Wright, but yeah, usually these like visual novel type games, we don't, like, not a lot of new followers come. We usually have a lot of people who show up, but not like a lot of like new people. It's something in the air today, maybe. But yeah, so tomorrow we're playing Unicorn Overlord, and for the people who don't know, that is basically a real-time strategy game, so it's kind of got that Fire Emblem vibes, but it's by Vanillaware, who are the people that did DornenSpieler, 13 Sentinels, da-da-da-da-da. That game is great, yeah! We've been having a lot of fun with it. Been playing it a ton recently, nice, yeah. I think we're still relatively early in the game. We just got Scarlet back last time we played after doing like a bunch of side questing. But it's just so much fun, yeah. It's really enjoyable. I have to kind of hold myself back from playing it on my own. Because that's the only downside when you play like a new game on stream. It's like if I play it with you guys, it's lots of fun, but also that means I can't really play it on my own because then I'll spoil stuff for myself and But yeah, I've been loving this so much, and at some point I will play 13 Sentinels. I mean, I've already played 13 Sentinels. It's one of my all-time favorite games, so I'm like, I just want to play it again. It's so good. Yakisoba Pawn Angel. If you haven't played the game, it will make sense at some point. But for now, I should get going. My cats are probably like, where is our 10 p.m. dinner? And I should probably like shower and all that fun stuff. Get myself ready for bed. So I'll see you guys in like about 12-ish hours, those of y'all who are here and are able to come by tomorrow. Otherwise, yeah, that's gonna be it for me. Time to shuffle on out of here. So thank you for the follows. Thank you for the resubs. The folks who resubbed. Oh, and I am still working on the Discord. We are approaching completion. Thanks for stream, was great. Excellent. Yeah, Discord should be soon. I wanted to have it done this weekend, but Iduna's been helping me sort out rules and formatting and stuff like that, so we're almost there. It takes a lot more work than I thought to get that stuff set up, but we're almost there. We're almost there. It's just setting up the last little bit of stuff. So soon you'll be able to do, like, you know, exclamation point Discord and actually have the community stuff come up. Take your time. No worries. I figured I would just mention it because more and more people have been asking. I'm like, oh my god, okay. I wasn't expecting people to actually want to hang out, okay? So soon. Soon. I just, yeah, want to make sure everything works great for you guys. This is the problem with being a perfectionist. But yeah, I can probably work on it some more tomorrow. We'll see how everything shapes up this weekend. Since I spent all day playing games, I really should catch up on chores. Alright, I gotta go. I should go. I'm having fun chatting, but I really should go. Okay, guys. So, if it's daytime where you are, have a great rest of your day. If it's nighttime, have a great rest when you head on off to bed. And until next I see ya, take care of yourself. And y'all know the rules. Those of you who have been here often, you wash your face, you eat good food, you maybe touch some grass, shower, take care of yourselves, all that good stuff. And I will see ya next time. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.